guards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tell the world I see with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Nets lose their star player in Toronto. They lose their star closer. The Nets are in a bad spot right now. I've never seen a Ranger team quit before the Olympics. We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that. What Jack Hughes did after getting his teeth knocked out and played every single shift, he got back in the game.
I'm gonna fight him all. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time.
This kid is going to be the best defense.
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for a new show of the New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks. They call me the Mouth, and my co-hosts, there is no Dickie Braggs tonight. It has not been Dickie Braggs on Mondays, but every Thursdays we'll have Dickie Braggs on with me. But we have Quentin Copels, the distinguished gentleman, and Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It is a crazy, crazy weekend. And Speedy, you can put me on full force because
I was waiting for Quentin to turn
got
his
it, but you
camera on.
put it on full because we're waiting for Quentin to come in. And I want to give a shout out to all the people that tell me, hey, you know what? We got to try this. We got to try this. And we wait to the last minute before the show starts to get into all the stuff that we need to clean up. But I want to say something. Last week was crazy. We had a chance to go to Fanatic Fest. We got to interact with different people. And over the last couple of days, I've really got a chance to go to many different comic places, sports card places. So everybody keeps telling me to go to card places, card stores. And I've been jumping from one store to another and just interacting with different card collectors because I got a chance to be at Fanatic Fest and checking out all the different things that they had at those particular events. And there's so many card collectors around the country and so many people collecting jerseys and all these different baseballs. So I was at different places. I went to Center Reach. I went to Selden. I went to Nassau County. I went to Woodmere, Lawrence. So I got a chance to jump from different places to check out some of the different card collections and card collectors around the New York State area. And I'm going to tell you this. I've never seen so many people dedicated to a habit. And it's a habit. But when you collect baseball cards, I used to collect tons and tons of cards. My grandfather was a card collector, a jersey collector, a ball collector, a baseball collector, a basketball collector. So I got a chance to experience some of the things that my grandfather taught me on how to take care of these cards, make sure that these cards are, the corners are taken care of because they grade them from 1 to 10. So I never knew how dedicated people were and how addicted people were to this until I went into a couple of card shops and just interacted with some of the card collectors. So it was very, very intriguing, very, very interesting to me. And again, Fanatic Fest really brought me to that picture to go and check out some of these card collectors and card dealers. So very, very interesting to me. I've never done it before. And I want to give a shout out to all the different people I met, Mark, John, Evan, and Mike, all the people that showed me their different stores and how they collect and how they grade different cards. I didn't realize that Pokemon was such a big collecting thing. And people are collecting them all over the country. I know that the Paul brothers, especially Logan Paul, he collects a ton of them, and they're all worth thousands, or sometimes even their cards worth millions and millions of dollars. And funny thing is, I was talking to Nick Goody today, and Nick Goody collects Pokemon with his sons, and he's got cards that are worth $15,000, $14,000. So it's, to me, I never knew that people collect these like weird, animals or whatever the hell they call them, Pokemons, and they're worth millions and millions of dollars, thousands and thousands of dollars. So very, very interesting to me. Never really got a chance to experience it. So I want to give a shout out to Fanatic Fest that kind of introduced me to the card collections and all the different things that they're doing right now throughout the country. Very, very interesting. So shout out to all the different companies. Yes. And also Topps and Don Russ, all the different things that I've over the years looked at, and I didn't even know what they mean. OPG, there was cards called OPG. So, but I got a chance to experience that at Fanatic Fest, so I wanted to experience it myself. I had some time over the last couple of days, so I jumped from one store to another, and I wanted to just see the collections and how many people are dedicated and addicted to it. And some of these card stores stay open till like 7, 8 o'clock at night, because there are people, after they're done getting their paychecks on Thursday or Friday, they go to these stores and they buy packs and packs waiting for a card to fall to them that is worth thousands upon thousands of dollars. And I actually experienced, I went into a shop and somebody bought a box of Topps cards and had an Aaron Judge autograph signing jersey in a card. And I think it was I think they said it was worth about $1,600. So I did get experience. I did get to experience some of the kids and some of the people that actually buy cards and open it up in the shop. So finally we have Q, and I want to say something. We got to be a little bit more on top of people coming in. So it's something that we need to work on because we wait to the last minute. We really need to get into the show. So we need to be on a half an hour. We need to interact. Anyways, at 8:20, we will be talking to Savannah Bananas dancing umpire Vincent Chapman. Will be joining us. Thank you to Nathan. Shout out to Nathan, our PR manager. He's been really working hard. We were supposed to get Lex on. What do they call him? A knuckle? What a bare knuckle fighter last week on Thursday. He didn't show up. So hopefully Vincent shows up tonight. We would love to interview some of the Savannah Bananas. We've had a couple of them. We had a manager on the show. We've had 2 players on the show. So we like the Savannah Bananas. They're very popular. They sell out every single junction, every single one they go to. There's 3 million. There's 3 million tickets that are waiting. People are waiting. 3 million people waiting for tickets around the country, wanting to experience and check out the Savannah Bananas. But very happy to have Vincent Chapman on the show. Go ahead.
All right. We'll begin the show with LeBron James to the 76ers. He announced on social media that he's signing with the Sixers and calling it his last decision after seriously contemplating retirement for his 23rd season. A two-year, $8 million contract was all he signed, with a player option, taking a dramatic pay cut, and now gets to go play with Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and the newly acquired Q's favorite player, Jaylen Brown. The Cavaliers reportedly were not the destination for LeBron because the family issue was not a thing. Jaylen Brown to the Cavs did not happen, was another one, and they traded away Darius Garland, which was somebody that LeBron wanted to play with. The 76ers also are expected to get 34 nationally televised games this season, which is the most you can get on this current rights deal. LeBron would be the first player to win 4 different franchises if he's able to win a championship with the Sixers, and the Sixers are looking to make it past the second round for the first time since 2001 and their first title since '83.
It all depends on how they fall in the Eastern Conference. Everybody keeps saying they're now a number 1 seed. They could be a number 1 seed this year, and they very much could. Their front 5 is as good as anybody. Look at their front 5. You have LeBron James, Joel Embiid, Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, and VJ Edgecombe, or they can add any one of these guys that they can put in that position if they don't want to put VJ Edgecombe as a starting 5 player. I've heard that they want to maybe move Edgecombe to the 6th man or the 7th man off the bench, which could give them a lot of variety, could give them a lot of depth, and that's what they need if they want to make a run in the playoffs. But now I'm hearing that LeBron James could be the point guard. He could be the starting one, a powered, I guess you could call him a forward point or whatever the hell they call it now in the NBA. They make these different names now on how they fit. But LeBron James is going to be the guy running the show at the point. That means he's going to be facilitating it to Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and even Joel Embiid. Now the question is Joel Embiid going to be here? Now there are stories coming out that they have been trying to move Joel Embiid even before they made the trade for Jaylen Brown. Now I don't know if it's true, but there's quite a few other guys that writers and different media people that I follow throughout the years that have said that Joel Embiid is not happy there. He was not happy that if LeBron James comes here, it would make a lot of sense to the organization. And it really takes the spotlight off of him. This guy was the face of the organization for many, many years. Now you bring in Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. Here's another question. How does Jaylen Brown and LeBron James fit? These guys don't like each other. We've heard this over the past year. One of the main reasons why LeBron James didn't want to play for Team USA is if Jaylen Brown was on the roster. Team USA decided not to put Jaylen Brown on the roster. They brought in his pal White, who became a big factor defensively at the point guard position. And LeBron James just really had no use for a guy like Jaylen Brown. And now you're hearing that Bronny James could go over there and Bronny James could come off the bench. How does that work? Because we all know that Jaylen Brown and Bronny James were going at each other throughout social media when he was playing for the Celtics. Now, I know it's all about winning a championship. That's what it's all about. It's all about money. It's all about business, and business is business, and friendship is friendship. But you're playing 82 games in a season, and LeBron James is going to an organization where it's been Joel Embiid's team. And now it really transitioned into Tyrese Maxey's team. I know Tyrese Maxey was one of the big reasons why LeBron James came here, because they both work in the same agency. They both have Clutch Sports, or they work under the same agents. And he was one of the guys that pitched LeBron James to come to the 76ers. I also heard that Allen Iverson is going to be one of the coaches on this roster. He's going to be a development coach now moving forward. Now, why do you think all of a sudden Allen Iverson is going to be a part of this roster and part of this organization now? Now, he's always been a part of the 76ers ever since he retired. It makes a lot of sense why Allen wants to come back. This is an organization that hasn't won a championship since 1983, again, when they swept the Lakers. So we all know the background of the organization and Dr. J and where this organization has gone over the years. They've had numerous number 1 draft picks, numerous number 2 or number 3 draft picks, and none of those guys really transcended this organization to a top team in the NBA. Now all of a sudden LeBron James comes here and Jaylen Brown's here. You drafted Tyrese Maxey, you drafted VJ Edgecombe, and you have all these players now that fit what you want to be a championship competitive team. Here's the problem, Q, and I'm going to go back to it. How does this all work, one? And how does Nurse coach a bunch of different personalities? You have 5 guys, and I'm saying 5 guys because we don't know what VJ Edgecombe is in the locker room, but how does this work when you have all these guys are number 1 guys? You have LeBron James, who always believes he's the number 1 guy. Joel Embiid, who thinks he's the number 1 guy. Jaylen Brown thinks he's the number 1 guy. And Tyrese Maxey, who believed he was the number 1 guy last year. How does this all work?
I don't think it works from a basketball stance. I believe that, he's going to have a tough job, even with LeBron playing the point. LeBron has been a coach on the floor and a director of traffic over the years. But when it comes down to this much firepower on the offensive side, I just don't see how, guys who are averaging 28, guys who are averaging 25, guys who are averaging 26, all get the same amount of touches and the same amount of shots within an offensive set in a 48-minute game. So I think that it's going to, fall. I don't think it'll be nothing. I think we're going to be hyped about it in the beginning of the season. LeBron is my guy. I think he'll still be able to be a floor general and basically generate offense throughout this group. But my problem that I have with the Sixers right now is that nobody's talking about is their defense. Who's going to guard? Is VJ going to have the same type of intensity on playing defense as he when he was scoring 20-plus points versus now when he may be just barely touching the ball? Is he going to have that same dog mentality? A lot of people talk about Jaylen Brown as just tough defender defender and the offensive stopper. When you go back and look at the first round of the series, did he stop Paul George? He didn't. So at the end of the day, Paul George's average went up in the first round of the playoffs. His 3-point percentage went up when he was in the first round of the playoffs. And he was the guy that everybody kept talking about being this all-defensive team. Did he make any defensive team last year? No, he was the number 1 guy. I've been trying to tell everybody that it was sweet over there in the Boston when it came down to Jaylen Brown because at the end of the day, he didn't have that pressure. You can play free when you're not the guy. When you're able to say, hey, I don't have to worry about scoring 30 and nobody's going to look at me when we lose this game. Unless I miss a big game-winning shot or something of that nature. That's the only time that I really have pressure on me as far as him being the number 2 guy in Boston. Now he's going to a team now where LeBron clearly has to be the number 1 guy just off the strength of he's been the number 1 guy everywhere he went, no matter who is the guy. Now, last year they tried to make him the number 2, number 3 guy with Luka, but we obviously seen that it doesn't work that way. LeBron end up getting them over the edge into the playoffs and then making them, and then finally getting swept in the second, not swept, maybe a gentleman swept, but in the second round and things played out the way they want to play. But I just don't see where there's enough touches. Everybody's getting their shots. Everybody's been happy. You're talking about all NBA team, starting 5, all NBA team having to take back seat and everybody pretty much have to complement their game to other players in contractual years and just overall game. Like this ain't no team that's going to be able to manage those egos and those attitudes. And 2 more things that you said, I just want to make sure it's clear. I don't think LeBron don't really have an issue with Jaylen Brown. Somebody's a LeBron fan. I read and cover him a lot. He basically was supporting of Jaylen Brown last year when it came to the MVP. Was like, why is nobody even mentioning the guy who didn't expect the Celtics to be anything? They ended up drawing the number 2 seed. And then what he said about, Bronny in the second in that summer league, game that he made a little comment that the cameras kind of caught. You know, Bronny never responded to that. So I don't think that'll be a chemistry issue or issue or thing of that nature. I just don't think that there's enough shots within the offensive set for everybody to be happy and pleased. And in the beginning, they'll win a couple of games and everybody be excited. But as you get to the middle of the season and the end of the season, the regular season, there's going to be a lot of frustration. And I don't think they can overcome that in the first year.
There's a lot of personalities in this locker room. And LeBron James is going to be the leader in this locker room now. It's not going to be Joel Embiid. And you heard after the game, after the game that they got eliminated with the New York Knicks, it didn't look like Joel Embiid was very upset. He was holding his son. He walked off the court. He interviewed with the media after the game. He didn't look upset. And again, maybe Joel Embiid knows this is his time either to try to bring a championship home to a team that has not won with him. Be honest, if you look at statistics, I'm not a stat person when it comes to the NBA, but I want to be honest here. If you look at Joel Embiid, he is the only big man in Eastern and Western Conference history that has won an MVP that's never taken his team to an Eastern or Western Conference finals. Now, I'm not even talking to an NBA championship. He's never taken his team to a finals. Eastern or Western Conference Finals. So that says a lot about who he is. Is he a winning player? But last year, when he did play, he averaged 26.9 points per game. Maxey averaged 28.3 points per game. Jaylen Brown averaged 28.6 points per game. And then you have LeBron James, who averaged 20.9 points per game with the Lakers. You have a bunch of guys that demand the ball, want the ball, score the ball. Who's the finisher on this roster? Joel Embiid has proven that he can't finish. We've seen that in the playoffs. I remember when they played Toronto, he couldn't finish with the ball. We all know what happened with Kawhi Leonard after he hit that shot and eliminated the Philadelphia 76ers. Tyrese Maxey, we saw what he did against the Knicks. Mikal Bridges completely took him out of the game, and he could not produce what he did produce in the regular season, becoming an all-star right in front of our eyes, becoming a superstar right in front of our eyes when he came from college in Kentucky. And then you look at Paul George, who now plays for the Celtics. He goes to an organization where he was averaging 17.3. He was the third guy on a roster with two superstars. Now he's going to Jason Tatum. He's going with Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum is the guy. And I expect Jason Tatum this year to have a good year because he's going to be shooting most of the shots over there. With this 76er team, there's a lot of questions how this is going to work. I think this hurts the growth of VJ Edgecombe. Think about this. This is a young kid who had a chance to blossom this year as a young player. And now all of a sudden, you're pretty much telling the kid, we're going to probably put you on the bench. You're going to be a 6th or 7th man off the bench. You're going to get 20 to 22 minutes. We're going to get you on that second team, but you're not going to probably play with the starters. And to me, as a young player, do I want to play here? Do I want to be here? Especially if Bronny James comes here. Think about it. If Bronny James is a part of this roster, you know LeBron James is going to get him on the court. You know he's going to play. And Nick Nurse is not in charge of this team and this roster anymore. It's LeBron James. Say whatever you want. And that's the problem. This is why it doesn't work. Because Nick Nurse has been a coach that is really his formality and the way he coaches and the way he brings up the defense and all that other stuff. Nick Nurse, when he was in Toronto, when he won a championship with Kawhi Leonard and OG Anunoby and that team, they were a defensive-minded team. They played high-intensity defense. Now you have a bunch of players that don't play defense, except Jaylen Brown. Tyrese Maxey is not a defensive player. I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it from people all over social media. He's not known for his defense. He's not. LeBron James used to be an all-world defensive player. He's no longer an all-world defensive player. And then you have Joel Embiid. We know he doesn't play defense. We know he doesn't. So I don't want to hear it from any 76ers fans that he's going to give you the defensive intensity that what Nick Nurse is going to be demanding. VJ Edgecombe is a defensive player. Now you're putting a guy on the bench. And now I'm hearing who's the guy that they're trying to bring in who's going to be waived very, very soon.
Caldwell Pope.
What is it?
To my Caldwell Pope.
Yep.
What is it?
Contavious Caldwell Pope.
Caldwell Pope.
And which is a guy that won 2 championships, one championship with the LA Lakers. He wants to go and play with LeBron James. He's another LeBron James guy. So what does that tell you? Pope is going to come off the bench and he's going to play 16 to 17 minutes. So you're bringing in all these LeBron James guys that are not washed up, but they're not the same players they were when they were 28, 29. Pope, I think, is like 32 years old. He's getting up there in age. So he wants his chance to win another championship. So he's going to the 76ers. Now the 76ers decided to bring Allen Iverson as a developmental coach who's going to help these guys develop. You don't need Allen Iverson to help LeBron James develop, or Jaylen Brown, or Tyrese Maxey, maybe VJ Edgecombe if you want to bring him in. The only reason why Iverson wants to get involved with the team, I want to give a shout out to Allen Iverson. He's one of my favorite players. He really is. I want to see him be a part of this 76er team if they have a chance to win a championship. But he's only putting himself and putting his name in the conversation is because LeBron James is here, and now they're going to get all the eyes on him. 35, 36 national spots for the 76ers, an organization that really never gets national spots anymore, even with the talent that they have with Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. They don't have the eyes on them. But now all of a sudden with LeBron James there, and LeBron James saying he's living in New York City and he's going to fly a helicopter, the helicopter is going to take him. By the way, you don't want to be in that situation. Make sure you take care of yourself, and I wouldn't fly in a helicopter. It's not safe. As we all know, the Kobe Bryant story. I'm not going into a helicopter, but that's just me. But he's going to stay in New York City. He's going to build his brand, being that New York City is one of the best places to build your brand. And they're saying right now that even though he's making $8 million for the next 2 years, and there's a possibility of a player option for the third year, he's going to make between $250 and $300 million every single year living or being a part of the 76ers organization with the branding that he's going to build over there in Philadelphia, which is cool for him, and it's great for the organization. But is it good for the Philadelphia 76ers winning a championship? Because it's all about LeBron now. It's not about Tyrese Maxey, who's a young stud. Jaylen Brown goes over there. Now, I know Jaylen Brown wants to win championships, but Jaylen Brown wanted to lead the Celtics because he wanted to be the guy. Now he's going to a team where he's not the guy anymore. He becomes the third guy. Because to me, that's where we're looking at with the 76ers organization. Joel Embiid is the number 2. Say whatever you want. He is the number 2 because he was the face of the organization. You have LeBron James as the 1, Joel Embiid as the 2, and then you can argue it's either Jaylen Brown or Tyrese Maxey. I think Tyrese Maxey could give a crap if he's the 3rd or he's the face of the organization. He just wants his shots, and he wants to win championships over there. But to me, that hurts I guess the chemistry of the organization, because you get, again, how is this going to work? Like, let's say in the first 10 or 15 games of the season where they lose the majority of those games because they're trying to get each other, they're trying to figure each other out on the basketball court. It took how long for guys like Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh and Ray Allen to figure out LeBron James on a basketball court with Miami? It took them a full year. They did go to the finals, but also the Eastern Conference was crap. You're in the Eastern Conference where you have to contend with the Knicks. The Knicks, who won a championship, that played together, only lost Mitchell Robinson in the offseason and added 2 big men. So it's not like the Knicks are going into a season when they're not going to be ready. And there are other teams in the Eastern Conference that are very good. The Cavaliers will still be good. Donovan Mitchell is still there. They might add another piece. I'm hearing that Draymond Green might not sign with Golden State. There's a good chance that he could go to the Cavaliers. That's what I'm hearing now, too. So even with LeBron James not going to the Cavaliers. So that's a story and a half as well. And what does Steph Curry do? Does Steph Curry stay over there with the Golden State Warriors, or he flees and goes and plays with another superstar to try to knock off the 76ers, the New York Knicks? Or maybe he comes to the Eastern Conference and plays with one of those teams. Who knows what's going to happen as the season moves forward? What I do know right now is even with the 76ers talent, with the superstars that they have over there, and LeBron James, who's the biggest superstar still in the world because he waited to the last minute to do this so the NBA can choose and pick how the schedule is going to be. And now we're hearing that 36 games, they're going to be on top of the schedule for everybody in the national world to watch LeBron James and the 76ers compete against whoever they're playing in those 36 games. To me, it's crazy that this all happened the way it did.
Listen, crown the king, man. I know this is tough for you, but crown the king. But listen, I've thought about this situation. I'm like, all right, cool. How can this work? All right. So now that we got the roster, how can this work? Obviously, you got LeBron playing the point forward, which would allow the spacing on the floor to open up. Tyrese Maxey would have to take the number 2 role permanently. Like, that would have to be his thing. Third, we would have to go to Joel Embiid playing, starting at the high post. All right. So that's going to dictate each and everything. That's going to free up LeBron being able to collapse the defense, kick it to Tyrese Maxey or Jaylen Brown. And then he can also do the role with Joel Embiid. Maybe, do the little lob. I don't know how good those knees is going to be, but, for the lob as well. But I think that's how it's going to work. VJ comes off the bench. I think he can get his money and keep his status as if he plays the bench with Anthony Simmons, who can shoot the ball, and then Caldwell Pope, who will be just a journeyman. Like, he's on the court, every now and then he'll hit a three and whatnot. So I believe that can be a case and a scenario for it to actually work. But you also got to think about the East, and the East got better. Obviously, the Celtics are who the Celtics are, right? They're going to always be contenders no matter what. New York Knicks just came off a championship run, dominating championship run with basically the same team. As you said, they only lost to Mitchell Robinson. Detroit was the number 1 seed last year.
Yep.
Now, obviously, they got to get some issues with Durant and whatnot, but for the most part, they still kept their team and whatnot. They're pretty good. Miami Heat, despite the shooting questions and whatnot, they are still contenders. They're still good. Bam did score 83 points. I know everybody talks about it. He wasn't just doing layups. He was shooting threes and he got to the foul line. Those are all key essential things in regards to scoring in the NBA. So you have to respect that. And you got a guy that's going to average 30, 31 points a game with Giannis. So and they have a system. So it's not like they're just going to be doing a lot of pick and rolling and wearing Giannis out with crashing to the rim. Now you got another live threat with Bam, and you got somebody that can space the floor and shoot with, and you got defense with Tim Hardaway Jr. as well. So the East isn't as bad. Then, like you said, you got Cleveland, who has all of this talent that's sitting on their roster, and they were at number 4 seed last year. So they're gonna compete, whether or not they get to the championships.
How about
the Hawks? A young, growing team that's going out of where. I like Orlando and Magic. I still think they need to figure out that chemistry and how to do things, but I like the Magic. I think the Magic are increasingly getting better year by year as well. So I don't know where Philadelphia come outside of just on paper, they're dominant or whatever. Obviously, they got LeBron, and that's going to always come with, putting them at the front. But I don't see where that's just dominating.
I think what hurt the Magic is not adding Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan goes over there to the Spurs. He's now an assistant coach with Mitch. And we'll see. Mitch Johnson might lose his job pretty early in the season. If he doesn't get this team moving in the right direction, Billy Donovan is the next guy up who could take over that team and has a good young Spurs team. But again, the Eastern Conference, like you were saying, is loaded. Detroit's going to be good again this year. Cunningham is one of the best guards in all of basketball. It was an MVP candidate. Boston will be good this year, even without Jason Tatum. I don't think they're a top 3, but they could be a 4 or 5 seed. But Cleveland, the Knicks, the Hawks will be good this year. Orlando might be there. Charlotte might take a step back. Miami's definitely going to be here. Miami needs a guard. That's what Miami's going to need. They're going to probably look towards the trade deadline this season. If there's a team that falls out of it, there will be guards that will be available. But if they can keep afloat, which Miami will, Miami's going to win about 50 games this year, 48 games this year with Giannis and Bam Adebayo, 2 great big men. If it doesn't work, you move one of them at the trade deadline. You ride or die with Giannis because that's what you're going to do. And you try to win a championship with a guard, and you bring a shooting a 2. You bring a 1 and a 2 over there. Then you got a chance because now Giannis has his 1 who could play the high pick and roll, and then you have a shooter that could spread the floor. And that's what I think Pat Riley is going to do. He won the Giannis trade. He won, well, not the trade, the signing in the offseason. He made that move. He brought in a big time. Well, it was a trade, right? It was a trade. I'm sorry. He traded for Giannis. He won that trade. He brought in a guy like Giannis, a superstar player that can play on the high pick and roll. And again, we have to see Toronto, too. Toronto's going to be very, very good this year as well. They're really good, too. They have a
Kawhi, though. Kawhi, question mark.
Yep. Well, Kawhi will start the season probably on the bench, or if the trade goes through, he's probably going to be suspended for at least 20, 25 games. He's not going to be out the whole season. But if Kawhi goes to Toronto, Kawhi and Toronto are going to be one of the favorites to win the East as well. I mean, the East is still very competent, and they can still compete with the Western Conference teams. Now, if you look at the 76ers, you look at the New York Knicks, those are the 2 teams that you're going to see that we're going to be talking about all season long. Who's going to compete against Oklahoma? Who's going to compete against the Spurs? Those are the 2 teams that everybody is talking about with the Western Conference, even in some of the additions that they made in the offseason. So the Spurs and OKC are going to be there. But there are other teams. The Lakers are going to be good this year. I don't care what anybody says. I don't want to hear what Stephen A. said. They're going to be good. As long as Luka Doncic is healthy, they're going to be good. They have rebounding, they have scoring, they can do it. They're going to be very good in the West. I think they'll be a top 4 team. Denver's going to be good this year as well. I think Denver needs to make a move at the trade deadline. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Jokic did not sign his contract. He did not sign his contract this offseason because he says that he wants to be a Denver Nugget for the rest of his life. So did Carmelo Anthony for a little while. And then what happened? Carmelo Anthony wanted out. He wanted to go to New York Knicks. First, it was the Nets because they were trying to get, Dwight Howard, if I'm not mistaken. They were trying to put Dwight Howard and Carmelo Anthony on one roster. That didn't work, and there was no way Carmelo Anthony was going to Brooklyn. He wanted to be a New York Knick, and the Knicks traded away 6 players and a picks. And Gallinari was one of them. If you don't forget, the Italian kid that they drafted a year before or 2 years before. So the Knicks are definitely going to be there. But again, there's a lot of teams that are going to compete this year. But the 76ers, when you look at their roster, and nobody's going to argue this right now. When you see LeBron James on a roster with Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and Joel Embiid, that's scary. That's a scary roster.
I'm arguing. I love LeBron, and that's my guy, but at the end of the day, I'm arguing because I don't even have these guys making it out of semis this year. I think they get to the semis and get kicked. But the reason, one point that you did bring up, there was this guy and this coach named George Carr there at Denver too, so it was going to be very difficult for Melo to stay there during that time. But I just don't see where this roster, and if you look at over LeBron's career when he makes these big moves or whatever, that first year is always rough. And so, like I said before, I think this is the reason why I think he signed a 2-year deal was because this roster with on that second-year deal will be the roster to look out for. I don't think this roster is the roster that's a big threat in the East. I don't think that they're going to make it past the semis this year. And I believe that, we will all be saying, what ifs and whatnot when it comes down to at the offseason. But for the most part, this team isn't put together or have the chemistry enough to win a championship versus the contenders that are already established in the East. And pretty much everybody there's coming back with their same roster. There's, as we've added some pieces here and there, and outside of Miami, they made it a dramatic piece. But other than that, everybody's pretty much coming back with their same roster. So to think that they're good, they have the talent on paper. But if we was playing in the Olympics, and this is what I think people need to realize, if this was the Olympics where you only got to play like 6 or 7 games to win a gold medal, absolutely, this is the team. When you're talking about going 82 games and then going into the playoffs, with an in-season tournament also within those 82 games as well, it's just going to be too difficult for them to just make this quick turnaround, have the chemistry enough to actually win a championship. And you got to have that with defense.
How does LeBron James become the point forward? And that's the thing. I understand everybody said he's done it before. He did it in Miami. That's fine. But they had a point guard there. They had 2 point guards there when he was there in Miami. And then he did it with the Lakers for a few years when he had Anthony Davis there. He was the go-to point forward guy. You're going to a team that doesn't really have a legit point guard. They didn't have a legit point guard last year. They really didn't. They drafted a point guard this year who a lot of people think could be a stud this year. Now he's going to take a step back. He's going to probably be the 8th guy off the bench. He's not even going to get time. VJ Edgecombe, another young stud. Now this kid, what's his name again? The kid that they drafted. What is it? Falat. What's his first name?
LeBaron
Falat. He's a kid that everybody thinks could be the starting point guard for the future for the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, he's not going to get a chance to play for at least 2 years, maybe even 3 if LeBron decides to play, because now the story is that LeBron James has come out and said that he might want to play longer than 3 years. He might think he could play for another 5 years, 6 years, if he could stay healthy enough. And to me, that only tells you how do these guys like VJ Edgecombe, does Edgecombe want to stay there? Does he want to wait until LeBron James part ways? Because Jaylen Brown is still under contract for at least, I think, 4 more years. You have Maxey, who just signed a big contract. He's there for 4. And then you have Joel Embiid, who's tied up in a contract there because they extended him. And I don't even know if they can move it, even though they've been trying to move it this offseason. So you have all these guys tied up in contract. And now you're talking about, what do they call it? The upper echelon or the apron, the upper the second apron. They're already past the second apron, even with LeBron James there, because if you think about the position that the 76ers are in now, they have all these guys, all these superstar players that are making tons and tons of money. They did take Paul George off the list of salaries that they got rid of because they extended him last offseason. But they have Jaylen Brown that's making, $189 million left. Mm-hmm. Now you have Tyrese Maxey just got a $200 million contract. Joel Embiid is making over $200 million. You have three guys that are making over $600 million. Think about that. Three players that are making practically your whole team's salaries. Yes, LeBron's taking $8 million. Who cares? He's making more than any of those guys in a season because of all the different things that he has his hands dipped into when it comes to sponsorships, advertisements, and all the production teams that he works with and all the craziness. Now he owns a car dealership. He owns everything. LeBron James owns everything. So to me, I don't understand why the 76ers decided to go this route. And again, we'll get into the Jaylen Brown thing because we're going to get into that in just a few moments, because a lot of people's thoughts was Jaylen Brown was going to the 76ers to be the guy. He believed that no matter what, that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey was going to take a step back for Jaylen Brown to be the guy. And now all of a sudden you bring in LeBron James in. So now LeBron James automatically is going to say, hey, young fella, I'm the guy. Joel Embiid is still going to be my go-to guy. He's going to be the inside guy. I'm going to be running the offense through Joel, and then we're going to run Joel through you. So you're the third guy now, and now you're sitting here and saying, wait a second, I went from the number one guy last year with the Celtics because Jason Tatum was down, and the year before that I was the number two guy, and now all of a sudden I become the number three guy with the 76ers because I wanted to leave the Celtics because I wanted to be the number one guy. So it doesn't make any sense. And I'm telling you right now, I disagree with you, Q. I think this is going to affect the locker room. And it just takes a little bit. It takes a little bit of time where they start losing. And you know Jaylen Brown, he doesn't like to lose. We've heard through the grapevine last season, when he lost those games against the Knicks. And I remember it. He had a team meeting. He was like, how do we lose against this team, even though they won the championship? But he does not like losing against the Knicks. He doesn't like to lose against any of the Eastern Conference teams. And now he believed that going to the 76ers, they were going to be a world power. And now you're bringing in a guy that's bigger than life, bigger than the NBA, because he is the LGA, the LeBron James Association.
Yeah, I love that. I'll comment more when we get into the segment. But yeah, at the end of the day, everybody was saying that, the Celtics lost his trade and he was going to be this and that or whatnot. But at the end of the day, it was a bad rap. And like I said, I'll talk more about it when Speedy transitions this into the next segment.
I'm going to tell you this. For any 76er fan sitting here today, excited about LeBron James going there, you're going to like LeBron James because he's going to bring cameras. He's going to bring sponsorships. He's going to bring love and fill out the whole stadium to 76er fans. All the 76er fans are going to show up to the playoffs. It's not going to be run out by New York Knicks fans or Celtic fans. No, it's not going to be like that anymore. It will be packed with 76ers fans. Fake 76er fans. Because I will tell you this. Remember the Brooklyn Nets. Remember when they brought in Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden. No matter how great those players were, they were buying into the talent there. And when you buy into the talent there, it doesn't bode well for the organization to win and win championships. I don't think this is going to work. I'm just saying, and I know people are going to attack what I have to say. I do not think this is going to work. And the one reason why is it's not LeBron James. You have too many people that are me players. Jaylen Brown is a me player. Joel Embiid is a me player. I'm not going to say Tyrese Maxey is a me player because I don't know him personally. And it seems like he's more of a team player than he's a me player. But those two guys are me players. And now you bring in LeBron James, who, even though he's a facilitator, he's a me player. So you have three guys now running the locker room thinking that they're their guy. And how is this going to work? Is Joel Embiid going to be on Jaylen Brown's side? Or is he going to be on LeBron James' side? Because I think the problem is going to lean towards how does Jaylen Brown and LeBron James get along in the locker room? Because I don't see it. I do not see it.
They'll get along. That's not going to be the issue. The issue is going to be, is Jaylen Brown willing to take a step back after everybody bigged him up on having this MVP season and he's this type of player and he's that type of player. That's going to be the issue. It's not necessarily a talent thing. It's an ego thing. Who's going to be able to do it? Again, you got all NBA guys who are on this roster. You got guys who have, stapled their name into the books in regards to being highly respected on the court. everybody can't take a back seat, and everybody's not going to take a back seat because, again, when you take a back seat, you start losing 50, 60, 70 million dollars, and nobody's going to be willing to do that. So I don't think it works this first year. The second year is when I think that it comes to the championship.
We're in New York. The New York Mets 2 years ago decided to bring in Juan Soto. They paid him $768 million to play with Francisco Lindor, who was the leader of this team. They went all the way to an NCS. What is it? An LCS championship, National League Championship, where they almost knocked off the Dodgers. And if they knocked off the Dodgers, they probably win a championship. Maybe it's, if I'm not mistaken, was that the year with the Yankees?
Yep.
Yeah, it was. So
it could have been a Subway Series.
It would have been a Subway Series. Maybe that would have happened. But Pete Alonso is no longer with them. Brandon Nimmo is no longer with them. Why? Because they didn't get along with Francisco Lindor. Now you're hearing that Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto were supposedly friends. They trained in the offseason before they played with each other on the same team. Before they were on the same roster. And what happened? Now all of a sudden they moved their lockers. They were right next to each other. Now one guy's on one side of the locker room, the other one's on the other side. They don't speak to one another. When you see them in the dugout together, one's on one side, one's on the other. That to me is corrupt. Say whatever you want. It doesn't work. If you don't like each other, you're going to see it. It's going to show up one way or another in the season. And this is basketball. All it takes is a ticking time bomb on that bench. If, let's say, Jaylen Brown becomes friends with VJ Edgecombe, and these guys are buddies, and Edgecombe's not getting enough time on the court, and Edgecombe goes to Nurse, and Nurse knows he has 3 personalities on that bench. Joel Embiid, who thinks he's the man. LeBron James, who knows he's the man. And Jaylen Brown, who already believes he's the man. You have 3 guys. It's going to be a problem. There's going to be problems in the locker room.
Yeah, so the problem is going to be whether or not Jaylen Brown streams. That's going to be the issue. You know, if he stay off the stream, then I think they can manage it well. But if he doesn't, then obviously he's going to open up the media to critique and everything that he says, and then that's going to open up room to divide the locker room. Here's why. As a Celtic fan, I've seen 2 Mets players play together and the media try to tear them apart, and it doesn't work with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I've seen that. When LeBron went with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, you know, that didn't separate nobody, right? Chris Bosh kind of took a back seat and played the third man role.
This is different. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are friends.
Well, here's the thing. Dwayne Wade and
LeBron James are friends.
Cool, but you still got to make that decision. Dwayne Wade went from being the guy.
Are not friends. They don't like each other. We've seen it. It was going on.
Right, but okay, LeBron and Chris Bosh wasn't friends. Like, so you got to still make a decision in regards to what you're going to do. And I think that way it don't mess up unless Jaylen Brown get on stream like he did with the Celtics and start running off at the mouth and create a divide between the locker room. And that's really the only issue that's going to come is if they're going to allow the media to divide the locker room. I don't think that there's no real issue between nobody in there. Like, you don't have to be friends to win a championship. We've seen these stories over and over. You just got to have the right chemistry on the court. And that's not always saying, like, let's go to a team dinner or let's have a team hangout. That's not always the case. Sometimes personalities match and sometimes they don't. But for the most part, like, they just got to be on the same accord when it comes to having an offense to run and stopping players on defense. If they can do that, then the sky's the limit for them. But I think this happens on the second year. This first year is figuring out everything. How we do this, how we work together, what offense we're going to run. Is Nick Nurse going to still be the coach? This whole year is about to be just figuring it out. It's not going to be the championship run that they're going to have on year 2.
Nurse is not the coach because LeBron James is running the show. And if LeBron James is running the show, best believe Nick Nurse will not be there next year. Win, lose, or draw, I believe Nick Nurse will be out at the end of the season. I do not believe LeBron James wants Nick Nurse being there. So
yeah, but you could say that when he went to Miami with Eric Spoelstra. Like, it's the same thing.
Spoelstra's different. Now, that's Pat Riley's guy.
But at the end of the day, you can't say LeBron trusted him.
It doesn't matter. It's Pat Riley's guy. And what Pat Riley wants, Pat Riley gets. That's how it works over there in Miami. It's different now. The 76ers are an organization that's run by Myers now, a Golden State guy. And again, my thought here is, how does this work in the locker room? It doesn't mean anything on the basketball court. If it doesn't work on the locker room, you're going to have problems on the basketball court because you have Jaylen Brown. If he's bringing the ball up, is he going to give the ball to LeBron James? LeBron James is calling a play. Is he going to get the ball to LeBron James, or he's going to say, you know what, I'm taking the ball to the hole. I'm taking the ball to get the foul. And that's the problem. We've seen this with Jaylen Brown before, and this could create a lot of problems and with the players over there, because if Jaylen Brown's his friends with Tyrese Maxey, or Tyrese Maxey's his friends with LeBron, and then Jaylen Brown's good with friends with Joel Embiid and Edgecombe, how does this work? We've seen this before. It doesn't work. The reason why the Knicks won is because every one of them loved each other. Every one of them liked each other. That locker room was dedicated to Jalen Brunson. Everybody knew Jalen Brunson was the guy. And Karl Anthony Towns knew that Jalen Brunson was the guy. And then Karl knew he was the second guy. Everybody knew their place on the team. OG Anunoby was the third guy. Mikal Bridges was the fourth guy. Everybody knew their place. Nobody right now on the 76ers believes that's going to happen with Jaylen Brown there and LeBron James.
All right, let's go to the moment you've been waiting for, Q. Let's get to the Celtics angle of the Jaylen trade. How bad does it look for them? According to reports, trading Jaylen Brown directly put the Sixers on the radar for LeBron, and the Celtics were surprised about it, not even linking the Sixers to do that. So they thought it was safe for them to move Jaylen Brown to the Celtics. They thought 29 years old MVP entering his prime was not going to be a big issue, but the Celtics did not get the return they wanted. Obviously wanted Edgecombe in the deal, but they ended up getting Paul George instead, and draft picks. They supplied the 76ers with Brown right in his prime and alienated Brown during their trade talks with Giannis as well, and ended up shipping him out completely unrelated, apparently, at the time, according to reports from Brad Stevens, and did not expect the 76ers to be resetting the market in a way. They thought maybe it was just Jaylen Brown and we could still compete with them at the same time. And now they're going to have to trust Jason Tatum to come off a torn Achilles to be able to do this.
I'm not worried about Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum's going to get his. He's going to get his. I do not believe Jason Tatum is not going to be the guy over there with the Celtics. He's going to average. He's going to have an MVP season. He's going to be up for an MVP, especially in the Eastern Conference. He's going to average between 32, 33 points a game because he's going to be the go-to guy. We'll see how his shooting percentage works and his three-point shooting percentage works. Paul George will be the number 2 guy because Paul George now moved from the number 3 guy because it was Maxey and Joel Embiid to the number 2 guy. It's kind of like a flip-flop. Jaylen Brown becomes the number 3, and Paul George becomes the number 2 over there in the Celtics. So you'll best believe Paul George's numbers will go up this year from 17 points. He will average between 22 and 23 points, but he's going to force the ball more. His shooting percentage will go down. So we'll see how Paul George works. Hopefully he doesn't get himself into trouble. Hopefully he doesn't get suspended because of the Clippers thing, because I'm sure that story is going to break one way or another. And now you're going to see Peyton Pritchard. Is Peyton Pritchard a starter or is he a 6-man? We've seen him win a 6-man of the year. He's going to be a guy that they're going to depend on offensively. He is not Jaylen Brown. And any Celtic fan, and he's not Jalen Brunson either. So I don't want to hear all the Celtic fans come out and say, oh, he could be Jalen Brunson. He's not Jalen Brunson. Stop this crap. There's only one Jalen Brunson. I like Peyton Pritchard. I watch him play college ball. He's a good player. He averaged about 15 points off the bench. This year, he'll probably average about 18, 19. And maybe give you more than that. We'll see how it works. And then Derek White. I don't trust Derek White in a hole in a wall. I know how great he's a defensive player. He's a defensive phenom. He forces the ball in too many spots. And to me, I think he could be a liability on the basketball court. So I want to see how it works with him, with Paul George and Peyton Pritchard being the top 5 guys. And then there's Mitchell Robinson. We all know about Mitch. I'm rooting for Mitch. I want him to succeed. I love him. He's a Knick for life. We know what he is. We know what he brings to the table, but he can't stay healthy. You have 2 guys in your starting 5 rotation. Jaylen Brown was really healthy most of the time. I mean, he had some small injuries, but this man played with a lot of health. He was the go-to guy when Jason Tatum was not there. And I think Brad Stevens made a big mistake. I think he should have waited. Now, I don't know where LeBron James was going. And I'll tell you this right now. If Jaylen Brown was not there, LeBron James does not go to the 76ers. He does not.
So why did you make that point up and say they won't go get a
I'm going to flip it so you understand.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to flip it so you guys understand where I'm going at, where I'm going to. LeBron James, even though Jaylen Brown and him have had this backlash with each other over the last couple of years, they don't like each other. It's been in the tabloids. LeBron James is all about fixing things. Now, when he went to the Cavaliers, there was a lot of questions. How does him and Kyrie Irving work? And when Kyrie was the guy over there, There was questions on his leadership. Kyrie wanted to go to his own team. He wanted to be his own leader. That's why he went to Boston. That's why he decided to leave the Cavaliers and go to Boston. It didn't work out there. We all know the whole story with Kyrie Irving. But we understand that Kyrie Irving learned from LeBron James. LeBron James over the years has had problems getting along with certain players on a roster. It's been a problem. When he went to the Lakers, he had some problems on that roster. And what did they do? They moved him out. They brought in Anthony Davis. The fact here is, if Jaylen Brown was not there, I just think that there was a better opportunity or more of a chance that he probably goes back to the Cavaliers, because one way or another, the Cavaliers would have figured out how to get Kyrie Irving there or how to get Anthony Davis there. There would have been some kind of move that would have satisfied LeBron James to go back to the Cavaliers. I think it was only two teams. It was the 76ers and the Cavaliers. I do not believe Miami was in the conversation. I really didn't. The fact here is Pat Riley, what I've heard, Pat Riley reached out to him before Fanatic Fest. He wanted to speak to Giannis in that conversation, have a three-way conversation. Giannis was not on the call. I don't know if it pissed off LeBron, but LeBron went into Fanatic Fest really conversating about what would it be like to go and back and play in his hometown and finish up with the Cavaliers. And he said, and when people brought up the 76ers, we interviewed a bunch of people that were 76er fans and said, how would it work? And they really gave me a good take on it. They said, listen, LeBron James is a 6'4", he is a 6'8" guy. He could play the 4, or he could be the point forward, which that's the way they're going to run the offense now. They're going to play him at the point and run the offense through him. I do believe that LeBron James believes that he can fix their relationship in him and Jaylen Brown. He thinks it. But Jaylen Brown is not Kyrie Irving. They're different people. We've seen Kyrie Irving. The story was over there in Brooklyn that Kyrie Irving and James Harden did not get along. And Kevin Durant was in between both of them. But Kevin Durant's best friend is James Harden. So he was taking James Harden's side. And that's why Kyrie Irving, if we remember what was going on with Kyrie Irving, is he was faking injury. He didn't want to play. He started speaking on social media about certain things that pissed people off. He tried to push his way out of there as quick as he possibly can. Then when he said he was hurt, he was hanging out in these party buses. He was going out to strip bars. I mean, it was stuff Kyrie Irving was doing that people were catching during COVID that really pissed off Brooklyn net fans. But to me, Kyrie Irving's a different personality. When you look at, and by the way, Kyrie Irving has always complimented LeBron James about his leadership, and he wishes that he could be half the leader that LeBron James is. And it didn't work for him because he eventually went to Boston to play with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, two youngsters at the time, and it didn't work because guess who wanted to be the guy? Kyrie Irving. And the fans hated Kyrie Irving. They hated him because he always wanted to hog the ball. He wanted to keep the ball out of the two youngsters' hands, and he wanted to be the go-to guy. He wanted to be the guy that was going to get the 30 points or the 20 or the last shot of the game. It didn't work over there. Jaylen Brown has seen it before. So that's where this is where the kind of the organization here I'm going to. He saw Kyrie Irving. He understands what Kyrie Irving was doing to him and Jason Tatum in their development. Now he's going to it. Jaylen Brown is going to an organization where before LeBron James was there, he thought he was going to be the guy. He thought, I can help VJ Edgecombe become the player that he is. Tyrese Maxey is a youngster. I can help him grow. I'm 29 years old. I'm a veteran. I'm in the prime of my career. I can really help this team. I can be the guy that can help these guys grow. And then all of a sudden, LeBron James comes there. So LeBron in his own mind believes he can fix this. He believes he can fix this. I just don't see it. Now, that doesn't mean LeBron James can't do it. We've seen it before. We've seen it. But he's an older LeBron. This isn't the dominant force that was averaging 28 or 29, 8, and 9, and he was the best player in the league. He's not the best player in the league. He's the face of the league still, but he's not the best player anymore. You have guys like Wembanyama. You have guys like Jokic and SGA. These guys are the face. Luka Doncic. These are the faces of the league now, internationally. And LeBron James, there's a transition now. We're trying to find the next American player. We hope it's Cooper Flagg or AJ DeManza or one of these guys. We hope that these guys are going to slowly take American basketball to the next level. We hope, but there's no guarantees to it. I just don't know how it works. And again, it could work. And as far as I'm concerned with the Celtics, It's not going to work. It's not. It's not going to work because right now in the Eastern Conference, you have the Knicks, you have the 76ers, you have the Hawks that are going to be much better this year. I think the Hawks could surprise a lot of people this year. I wouldn't even argue that the Hawks could be the third best team in the Eastern Conference. They could be really good. Detroit, I think, is going to take steps back because they have their own problems with their big man over there. Cunningham, they didn't add any pieces to help out Cunningham and Duran if Duran stays there, and he hasn't even signed with them yet. I don't even think he signed with them. So how does that work? Detroit might take steps back, and the Cavaliers. So I just wonder what Brad Stevens was thinking when he decided to move this guy who is a stud. And I've heard there were stories coming out that Jason Tatum and him weren't getting along. That's a lie, because these guys were on a boat trip. They were on a cruise together with girlfriends before this even happened. Before the trade even happened, they were hanging out with each other for 2 weeks. So Jason Tatum, and there were conversations that Jason Tatum loves Jaylen Brown like a brother, that he didn't want Jaylen Brown to go. And again, he understands this is a business, but there was no reason why that they couldn't win another championship together. Because I've heard on different media shows that Jason Tatum was just as surprised as half the players on the team. Jaylen Brown wasn't surprised because he sold his house. Everybody said, oh, he sold his house. It looks like he's moving, because Brad Stevens was going to do anything he could to get rid of him. He doesn't want him there. He didn't want to deal with the media stuff. He didn't want to deal with the off-court stuff. And even when he was on the court, he couldn't get along with the coaching staff, and he had problems in the locker room with certain players.
Yeah, so a lot there. Let me say this. Brad Stevens was a genius in this. He got another piece to the puzzle that was missing, which was a player that understood his role and knew how to actually put the ball through the hoop. Now, we've had injury issues when it came to Paul George, but overall, we just need him to be consistent with the play that he's doing, because we don't need him to be top-tier level Paul George that we know him. Couple things. What people failed to realize last year when it comes to the Celtics is that the Celtics actually had a lot of firepower in regards to points within the starter, double-digit scores within the starting group, and their bench got a lot of experience last year. So while we was hooting and hollering about Jaylen Brown leading this team to the number two seed in the Eastern Conference Final, Derek White was still on that team, averaging 17 points. Payne Pritchard, former Sixth Man of the Year, averaging 16 points. Cato went up to 10 points. He's constantly getting better. He's an athletic forward. And now we added Mitchell Robinson, who's a championship player coming from the New York Knicks this past season. And now we have that in our starting five. Also, Derek White was an all-NBA defensive player. On top of, if you put those two side by side beside each other, Jason Tatum has always been a better player than Jaylen Brown. So we was able to get the number 2 seed with this group versus everybody that we mentioned before. You know what I mean? We got number 2 seed, and now we're going to add Jason Tatum and subtract Jaylen Brown, who's a better facilitator and a better scorer than Jaylen Brown. So to me, I don't understand why people feel like then Boston Celtics has just lost his trade because they got rid of Jaylen Brown. Tatum was hurt last year. There's nothing we can do about that. Injuries are a part of the game. But when it comes down to who won the trade, you got a guy that was a for sure number 2 guy now about to be a number 3, number 4 guy in conference. And guess another thing that's going to be the determining factor. If when he played the Boston Celtics and he's not able to shine the way that he wants to shine versus the Boston Celtics, what do you think it's going to do to his confidence, his ego, his pride when he has to face the writing on the wall? Now, when you go back and you look at the Boston Celtics last year, we only struggled with Detroit and New York. We swept Cleveland. We swept Toronto. Like, we sweeping these teams that's the top tier teams. Now, you got to add Miami and Giannis, and we always have our way with Miami, okay? But Giannis is a problem that we're going to have to deal with, and we have, Mitchell Robinson and Cater to contain Bam and Giannis. So I don't see where the Boston Celtics take this huge step back because we lost Jaylen Brown. In fact, I think that we get better. We got Paul George, who's going to give us, like you said before, earlier in your take, he's going to average more than 17 with us because he don't have to do too much. He might not even be the second guy. Yeah, I don't even think he's going to be the second guy. I believe that Derek White is the second guy because Jason Tatum and Derek White have the chemistry in the relationship. Then you got Payton Pritchard, who's going to have to make a decision on whether or not he want to come off the bench and be able to average 25, 26 points a game, or he stay in the front court on the starters and average anywhere between 18 to 21. Like, that's the decision that they're going to have to make, but the system still allows everybody to do that.
You're going to trust Derek Wright? Oh, Derek
White, yes.
You're going to trust Derek White
an
as
all
the
NBA
number
defender.
2 guy going into a season. We had Jaylen Brown, who was an MVP candidate. That's who you're going to trust. A guy that hit so many shots in the playoffs, couldn't hit a lick. I think his shooting percentage last year was like 36%. He was horrible throughout the season. He's a great defender. He is not a go-to number 2 guy. It would be Paul George or Payton Pritchard. That's where I would go. If you're going to go with one or the other, that's where you go. Maybe you make Payton Pritchard into a star, and he's a guy that can give you 23, 24 points a game. He is not Jalen Brunson. So fans, stop saying it all over social media. They're trying to compare Payton Pritchard to Jalen Brunson. There are not many guys you can really argue that we'll ever see in that kind of category for where Jalen Brunson came to become a 1A guy where everybody thought he was a 2B guy. All right. I don't think Payton Pritchard's that kind of guy. I think Payton Pritchard could be a good player.
Well, we haven't. But the problem is, with all that, we haven't seen Payton Pritchard as the number 1 guy. So you can't. The reason why they're comparing him and Jalen Brunson together because they have similar games. They dribble, they shoot the 3 similarly. They get to the cup and they do the little floater and they do the same touch. So cool. You could say that now as Jaylen Brunson as a winner, but you saying that when Jalen Brunson was a Dallas Maverick when he wasn't the number 1 guy. Again, these are opportunities that Jalen Brunson has that allows him to be the guy that we know him to be today. It's not the fact of the matter that he just came on the court or came on the scene and was Jalen Brunson that we know today. That is something that developed, and when he got the number 1 spot to be able to free range to shoot the way he wanted to shoot in New York is the reason why. We haven't seen Payton Pritchard do that. So we can't compare the two. You got one guy who can shoot whenever they want to, and you got one who don't.
When he came to the Knicks, when Jalen Brunson came to the Knicks, he was 25. He was a young player. Payton Pritchard's 28, going to be 29 years old. This guy is just a veteran. He's a veteran. It's not like he's going to just completely change as a player at the age of 28. I don't believe he's going to be a go-to guy or a go-3 guy. He's a go-4 guy.
Right. You don't know until you get those chances, though. That's what I'm saying. If you don't get those chances, you can't say you don't believe. When we saw Jalen Brunson in Dallas, we didn't believe that he was going to be the number 1 guy. Nobody did. It wasn't until he got to New York and he got that freedom to be the number 1 guy is when we became and said, oh, okay, this guy can hoop and he can play at an elite level. Then that's when you could be able to do a Payton Pritchard. If he never do it, then you can't say that he would have been that guy.
Derek White reminds me of a Josh. I'm trying to put Josh Hart, okay? I'm looking at both players. Derek White reminds me of Josh Hart, 2 journeymen, 2 guys that have been playing for multiple NBA teams, both great defensive players. Unbelievable. You laugh, but if you look at both of them,
Josh Hart never made an All-NBA team at all. So
yeah, he's not an all-around defensive player.
Okay, Derek White has.
Hold on, all defensive NBA player, but Josh Hart has won a championship. Josh Hart's a better rebounder than him.
So is Derek White.
And Josh Hart is a better all-around player than Derek White is. He is.
He can't shoot the 3 better.
Nowhere near it.
He can't shoot the 3 better than him. He can't shoot better than him.
Oh, Josh Hart is better than Derek White.
Oh my gosh, you cutting up.
He is a better.
It's not even close.
Oh yeah, it's not even close.
He can't cut. He can't shoot better than Derek White. You talking about Derek White last bad season?
Josh Hart was the heart and soul. He was the clown of that team last year, winning a championship. And you're going to tell me Derek White, who by the way just stole a position from Jaylen Brown on the Olympic team because LeBron James would rather.
He didn't steal it. He didn't steal it. They called him.
Yes,
he didn't. He didn't put no bid in. They called him.
Derek White, to me, is one of the most overrated players at his position.
To you. He got accolades that says different.
Accolades for what? Because he was an old
he got chosen to be. He's a gold medalist. He's a champion. What are you talking about?
OG Anunoby was one of the best wing defenders in the league, if not the best wing defenders. He was on the second team, and Derek White was on the first team. How does that make sense? How does that make sense?
They do it, but
OG Anunoby is a better player.
They don't play the same position.
It doesn't. Oh, really? Because they had 3 big men.
The point guard set of.
Wrong again, because there were 3 big men that got the first positions. Wembanyama, Rudy Gobert, who was the other guy?
Chet Holmgren.
Chet Holmgren. There were 3 big men.
Power forward, yeah.
So don't tell me Derek White is not better than OG Anunoby as
according to who? According to you.
According to statistics and what he did this year. Statistics.
No,
OG Anunoby was the best wing defender in the league. And you're going to tell me that the league is wrong. Every time they decide who the NBA
no, they won't.
Yeah, it is. Well,
but you'll take Jaylen Brown Finals MVP and all that and say they was right on that. But
OG Anunoby is a better all-around defensive player than Derek White. It's not even an argument.
He hasn't been proven it over the years.
It's proven. It's proven over
He had a good year last year.
What do you mean last year? For the last 3 years with the New York Knicks, he was an all-world defensive
player. He only made one out of those 3, huh?
Well, guess what? That's because of the NBA. You're going to tell me right now when you have Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren as the leading board of all defensive player of the year, you're going to tell me they were a better defensive player than OG Anunoby when he had to defend the best player on every single team and shut them down? I'm sorry. You say the reason why they look at Wembanyama is because he had 3.6 blocks a game. But what OG did that is not on the statistics is how he shut down players, how he kept players down to 18, 17 points a game when they're averaging 25, 26 points a game. Nobody gives those guys credit for what they do and how defensively sound they are. Derek White, you're going to tell me right now, he deserves to be a first-team all-defensive player over OG Anunoby? What a joke. The NBA needs to really understand what these players do. And Derek White, I'm not taking shots at Derek White as his defensive player.
You very much so taking shots. What are you saying?
He's not a better all-around player than Josh Hart. He's not.
Why do they think so?
Josh shows up in the important parts of the game. He shows up in the championship parts of the game. Derek White, did he show up against the 76ers? No. Rick,
okay, you have a one season.
Rick.
All right.
Rick.
But you got to think about the career.
Before that, Rick.
Got to think about a career. It's not just a game or two or game two. He's an all NBA guy.
He's an all NBA guy when he came here to the Celtics.
He's an all NBA
was
guy.
He? Where
Spurs before that.
He was
the Spurs before.
He was with the Spurs.
That was the only other team.
Oh, I thought he was over there.
Yeah, he was traded one for Josh Richardson.
Yeah. Okay. And what did he do with the Spurs? I'm looking at his numbers right now.
He wasn't great offense.
He's a great defensive player. He's a one-dimensional player. Josh Hart can play. He's an offensive player. He can rebound offensive and defensively. If you look at what Josh Hart did in the playoffs, what he did in the playoffs this year, in certain games, Josh Hart had to have 15 rebounds in a game, 14 rebounds in a game. And there are games that he didn't have to do as much because they have the talent over there. You're going to tell me right now, when you look at this team and this roster, as far as Boston's concerned, they have enough to win a championship?
Yes.
No, not a
absolutely. They got a bench. They got a bench, and they got firepower with Paul George, Jason Tatum, Mitchell Robinson, Derek White, Peyton Pritchard, all these guys. We got a system, and we win. That's what I'm saying. We're consistently winning. Again, last year was supposed to be a build-up year.
Ladies and
we
gentlemen,
get the number 2 spot. We get the number 2 spot, and now all of a sudden we need to take a seat back. Well, we got a first-team All-NBA guy coming back.
So you're telling me that Jason Tatum, Paul George, Peyton Pritchard, Derek White, Mitchell Robinson, Jordan Walsh, Hugo Gonzalez, and Mike Conley are your guys that's going to win you a championship?
Compete. No, you said compete.
Championship
compete. Yeah, they are contenders. Yes,
they are
contenders.
Not a
This was the same team that was number 2 last year,
dude.
Were there contenders last year?
Jaylen Brown.
Where they could, you think Jaylen Brown is that? That's what I'm saying. That's you buy into the media pumping up Jaylen Brown and disrespect Jason Tatum as if Jason Tatum haven't proved he's the better player overall since the beginning.
Jaylen Brown is the go-to guy. Everybody,
no, he's not. Go look at the numbers. He's not the go-to guy. He has the freedom to be a guy.
Go look at the numbers. Go look at the numbers. Who has more points in the playoffs? Who has more rebounds in the playoffs? Go look.
Tatum.
Go look at the defense.
I know. I'm watching. I'm the fan. That's what I say. He did deserve the Finals MVP. I got it. I was there. He almost averaged a triple-double to a guy that just supposedly locked down Luka, who scored 30. I understand the game. So you got to give them credit for that, but but take away from Jason Tatum, who's a first-team All-NBA guy. Thank you. To make that make sense. You gotta be kidding. So if they was number 2 with Jaylen Brown and he wasn't a first team All NBA, what do you think they about to do with Jason Tatum? What do you think that shoulda, coulda, woulda? What do you think they about to do with Jason Tatum back?
All offensive and defensive player this year.
He won't know all defense or nothing. He couldn't even stop the guy we trading him for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was 56. He was 53 from three and averaged 17.9, higher than his regular season average.
Doing steroids. That's what we're going to argue.
Now it's steroids. Now he's steroids. It's not steroids, man. Listen, you can get caught up in anything. I've seen guys take pre-workout, and because it was made in a factory with illegal substance, they'll go in there and say, "Oh, this was illegal. This was illegal." So you get suspended for steroids. Stop believing the hype. You sound like these media guys now.
Canelo Alvarez. I remember this. This guy was saying that he was eating meat. He was eating steak, and there was some kind of steroid in the steak, and that's what that. But they found like there was like 30.8% of this specific steroid in this meat, that there's no possible way that it was in that meat. There's no possible way. And if you look at statistics and understand, Paul George was caught with steroids, and he admitted to it.
Illegal substance that was in it. All right, he had to take responsibility. It wasn't admitted; it just take responsibility. Again, I've been on teams where guys take a pre-workout from a different company, and there'd be one little illegal substance that nobody goes through the list and say, "Oh, these are banned substances," and then they'll make it as if this guy was just popping pills all day. That's not the case. You can easily get cut off. Just like if somebody got a peanut allergy and you make a certain product in a factory that produces peanuts in another different product, you can be allergic to that product. Not because you purposely want to take a peanut and put it down your throat, but at the point in time you taking that eating that product, whatever they serve it, is the reason why you had that allergic reaction. So that's what I'm saying. It's not always that somebody is popping up pills and shooting injections.
All right, we got to go to a break soon because our guest is in. But Jason Tatum for the playoffs, 24.2 points per game, 8.3 rebounds, 5 assists, 1.2 steals, and 0.8 blocks compared to Brown, 19.6, 35.7% from three, 55% field goal percentage compared to Tatum. 50.7, 4.6 rebounds, and 2.6 assists.
Mm-hmm.
So I was right again. Thank you.
You're never right. You didn't make any bet.
We don't have to bet. I just like being right.
All right. Well, here's what I'll say.
Just say I was right. Say you was right, Q. I was wrong.
You were right about that one. Here's what
thank
I'm
you.
going to be right. Who was the MVP of their championship?
I appreciate it.
Who's the MVP of the championship?
They gave it to Jaylen Brown, but Jason Tatum was clearly the MVP.
Had a better series. Jaylen Brown had a better
Luka
series.
scored 30. I don't understand where was his defense. You don't score 30 points and stop somebody.
4 more points in that series than Jaylen Brown.
How much did Luka average? Because that's the reason they said they gave it to him, because he was defensive.
Who won?
Who had almost a triple-double? Who had almost a triple-double?
Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown did not have almost a triple-double.
Jaylen Brown was the MVP of that championship. It was not Jason Tatum. Yes,
his person that he was guarding scored 30. Jason Tatum almost averaged a triple-double.
What did they do in that playoff series?
Say what?
What did they do in that playoff series? Because I'm going to tell you this right now.
4-1.
Jason Tatum did not have a better series than Jaylen
Go
Brown.
look at the numbers. He just read them up to you.
No, that was the playoffs. Their career.
Okay, go back to it. Go to it.
I'm talking about that series.
Okay, go to the series.
Why Jaylen Brown won that MVP. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. He averaged 3 or 4 more points in that game. He had more rebounds. He definitely had a better series than Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure about that.
Okay.
I'd probably book it, and I can mail it away. What was it, Speedy? Bring it up. Bring it up, because I want to do it before we get into our golf clap.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Because I can look it up right now, and they'll take me quicker than you. Speedy, Google it. What the hell is
I'm basketball reference. I'm trying to
why
find it.
Basketball reference? Just Google it. Just Google it. How many times do I have to tell? I tell this guy over and over and over again.
Let him go.
Just go to Google. Put it in the Google search.
Okay. Jason Tatum had 31 points. Jaylen Brown had 21 points. Jason Tatum had 8 points. Jaylen Brown had 8 points.
No, that wasn't in.
Jason Tatum had 11 assists. Jaylen Brown had 6. Jason Tatum had 2 steals. Jaylen Brown had 2 steals. Jason Tatum had 0 blocks. Jaylen Brown had 0 blocks. Jason Tatum had 2 turnovers, and Jaylen Brown had 2 turnovers. So, yeah.
I'm telling you, you're wrong, and I've seen the numbers, and that's not
it was
true.
22, 7, 7, and 1, 25, 5, and 1.6.
What is the numbers? Are you looking?
I just told him.
I don't.
He told
I
me.
just
What
told
is
you.
it? What is it?
You don't want to believe it.
No, I'm not going to believe it. They would have given it to Jason Tatum. If
They wouldn't. That's what they've been trying to divide these two the whole season. That's why it didn't make sense. He did outperform it in no form or fashion. The reason they gave it to Jaylen Brown is because they kept saying Jaylen Brown guarded Luka. Luka damn near averaged 30 points that series. 30. So where was he stopping Luka at? because he didn't average 32? That's what I'm trying to help you understand.
Jaylen
It's
Brown in
pretty
the
obvious.
finals had 20.8 points per game,
Yes.
5.4 per game,
Okay.
and 5.0 per game, and assists.
Okay.
And Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum had 22.2 points per game.
Okay.
7 point. Calm down, bro.
No, don't calm down. You're wrong.
2 per game. And who hit the bigger shots?
Don't go against the
Who hit the
fan.
clinching? Who hit the clinching shots? Who had the clinching shots? Brown. Brown.
Clinching
He had
shots.
all the clinching shots. In
You
those
don't have. Who were they doubling?
Oh, stop.
Tatum.
They wouldn't have given it to Brown.
They did. You just read the stats out. They clearly gave it to him.
They gave it to him. He didn't play two-dimensional basketball.
Go look up how many Luka Doncic had. Since you want to look up everything, look how because he's supposed to have. He was a primary defender on Luka Doncic. Look how much Luka
really?
had.
So you're telling me Jaylen Brown was the primary defender on Luka?
Yes. That was the whole thing. That was the whole reason behind him getting the MVP.
Well,
he supposedly stopped Luka.
He did.
So tell us.
So Jason Tatum played Luka Doncic. He defended Luka Doncic too.
They
both played.
Listen, I'm not making up these excuses, bro. You just said you didn't know. I'm a fan. So I'm here to tell you, all right? When it comes to Knicks, you can talk that. When it comes to the Celtics, come to me. I'm the guy.
Celtics. You listen to this guy, guys?
I'm the guy, okay?
Jaylen Brown had a better playoff series.
No,
better playoff.
based upon what?
Hold on. Let me finish up what I got to say before you cut me off like you always do.
Based upon what?
Jaylen Brown, throughout the playoffs that year, was better than Jason Tatum.
Oh, boy. Now it's the
was better.
playoffs.
Yes,
and he wasn't even in the playoffs.
He was better than him throughout the
I just
playoffs.
read you the playoff stats, and he wasn't better.
That's fine. I'm going to say that Jaylen Brown was better. And when
Even though the numbers say different.
When you look at two-dimensional basketball, you can make jokes all you want. He was a better two-way player.
Because it don't make sense that you just hate the man. You like the media. Y'all just hate Jason Tatum for whatever reason. The man clearly outplayed him, and you wanted to give him credit. You want to say, you know what? I was wrong. And they give him credit.
I'm not
do it.
I'm not wrong. I think Jaylen Brown, I'm not wrong on this. And I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. Who won the MVP of the playoffs? He did.
Oh, the media gave it to him. Correct.
You were complaining that OG Anunoby should have won the MVP of the playoffs. Which
I said you can arguably say that. I didn't say no.
You can't argue.
This is prior to the 45-point fourth quarter that Jaylen Brunson had.
Brunson's numbers throughout the playoffs, including the finals, which he was averaging 32 or 33 points. The only player in history that averaged as many points as him, and we remember, is Michael Jordan. We're going to say that. Michael Jordan was the only one in a closing out Game 5 championship game. He's the last person to average 45 points in that game. So you're going to tell me you're going to give it to OG Anunoby and you can argue.
I'm disengaging because you lost and you're trying to deflect.
Dude,
I'm disengaging. I'm disengaging.
Disengage.
You try to deflect because you said you was wrong. Now you want to go to the Knicks and talk about Knicks.
You were saying that
deflect. I said there were arguably you can have an argument for OG being the guy.
All right, I'm not going to argue anymore because you're going to sit here and just argue till I'm blue in the face.
That's not arguing. I said I disengaged.
Well, good. Golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
Well, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the New York Yankees are looking to move Jazz Chisholm. As there are stories coming out that the Knicks are trying to create, the Yankees are trying to create a blockbuster trade that would send Jazz Chisholm to the Giants for Luis Ariz. Now, Ariz was a guy that the New York Yankees wanted in the offseason. He signed with the Giants to a one-year deal worth, I think, about 14 or 17 million. The Yankees could have had him, but the Yankees decided to part ways or not even look at him. And now all of a sudden the Yankees are looking to move and get Luis Ariz on this roster. And maybe hopefully other pieces, but I think this is a better move than keeping Jazz Chisholm. They're not going to pay him in the offseason. He wants an 8-year, $38 million contract a year. There's no way the Yankees are giving him that extension. He's had a bad season. If you look at his numbers right now, I think he's hitting 225. I think he's been a little bit hot at the tail end of the All-Star break, but here it is. I have there's a Rise numbers. What are the numbers? Because I don't have his numbers on, but he's hitting 225 right now, if I'm not mistaken. I think he has 14 or 15 home runs, and his on-base percentage, I think it's like 6. What is it, Speedy?
223, 16 homers, 14 3 RBIs, 297 on-base percentage.
So he's had a bad season for the New York Yankees. I didn't have his numbers in front of me, but I also thought that Speedy would have my golf clap in front of me, but My golf clap goes to the New York Yankees on moving on from Jazz Chisholm. They will move on from Jazz Chisholm. I expect them to move him probably in the next week or so. He is not going to be a New York Yankee going past the All-Star break and in the trade deadline because the Yankees don't need him anymore. So that's my golf clap. Goodbye to Jazz Chisholm. So I expected this. I expected the Yankees to move on from him. I'm happy that the Yankees are moving on from him. It's been a long show because I want to tell everybody it's hard before the show because I'm trying to get these guys into the feed so we can interact with each other. And before the show, I'm always like flustering because I want to make sure that we are interactive before the show. And I apologize to the fans because sometimes we are not we're not at the same level before the show. So hopefully as we move forward on the show, we're actually in sync with each other. But when we come back, we have a very special guest. He's never been on a show before. We will be talking to Savannah Bananas dancing umpire Vincent Chapman, but we're going to go to a DJ Rez break.
DJ, I want you to turn it up. What's up? You're listening to the New York Sports Now.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening As we got muted over there. We're listening to a new show of the New York Sports Loudmouth. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It is a hot one today. It's been very, very humid. And my air conditioning, for some reason, has not worked over the last few hours. I am sweating in here. So I'm in a studio. Everything is soundproof in the studio. And we're in a closed 10x8 studio, and it's hot. You have all these lights on you. You got all these cameras, televisions all over you. So it's been a crazy, crazy show. And hopefully in the next 24 hours, I have a working air conditioning on as well. But our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. They're giving an extra 10% off on all orders that are New York Sports Loudmouth fans. Just click the link at www.omahasteaks.com/New York Sports Loudmouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click our Omaha Steaks logo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're an Omaha Steaks fan, and even if you're not, if you haven't never checked or tried an Omaha steak, ladies and gentlemen, go and get your free, or not, well, it's not free, but 10% off your Omaha steak. But we're also giving $100 rebates out right now. If you listen to the show, we're going to be working on the next couple of shows where you can win $100 off a steak or steaks on this show. So get ready. Keep listening to the show where you get a chance to win an Omaha steak. So there you go. I've never had my Omaha steak yet. I'm waiting for one to come through the mail, but very excited to have one, ladies and gentlemen, when it does come through the mail. Anyways, we have a special guest. He's never been on a show. We're very happy to have him on. We've had a couple of Savannah Banana guys on our show. We've had a manager. We've had a couple of players. Harris was on our show, if I'm not mistaken. But we're very happy to have him on. We are now talking to Savannah Bananas dancing umpire, Vincent Chapman. Vincent, what's up?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, man, I'm sweating. It is like, just so everybody understands what I mean by heat. So the air conditioning is on. So we're in a studio, and it's 10x8. And in the other room, that's where the air conditioner is coming in, and it's blowing. It is 88 degrees here in New York and Long Island. It's humid, and it is right now, it's 75 degrees in my place. So in the studio, it's got to be over 80 degrees. And I'm standing right next to all these lights paling on me. So I'm sweating my butt off. So I'm trying to get through the show and trying to make everybody excited. But we'll see. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just happy to be here. But Vincent, tell us a little bit about how you got this gig with the Savannah Bananas.
I just been umpiring since I was 15, back in high school, sophomore year. Just started umpiring just to make some extra money. And about 8 years into my umpiring career, I started dancing in between innings just to break the stress levels of these kids, getting yelled at by their parents, coaches, teammates for being human, making mistakes. They're trying to learn, they're trying to develop, and they're getting ridiculed for missing a ball at shortstop or striking out. And I've always loved to dance. I always loved to entertain people, makes people smile. So I just started doing in between innings, and it caught on. Kids loved it. They started dancing too and just enjoying the game while they play, and just a lot of fun. Fast forward 6 years later, I had a video go viral. Went on Ellen DeGeneres' Ellen2. The Bananas saw that video, reached out to me, asked if I was still dancing umpiring. And, the rest is fate. The rest is history.
Now, like I said, I've never been to a Savannah Bananas game, but I've watched a bunch of them. I actually reached out to the Savannah Bananas. Adam
Byron?
Adam Byron. We had Adam Byron on the show, and we went back and forth with Adam Byron, and he invited us to a game, but we've never got a chance to go. We used to have Jabba on this show, so we went back and forth, but they were at Yankee Stadium on, I think, April 26th and the 27th, so we didn't get a chance to go, but I've gone back and forth with the different talents that we've had on the show. We've had a pitcher on the show. We've had a hitter on the show. What is it like working with so many great, talented people? Because, think about the content that you're putting out there, the dancing and all the work that you have to put before stepping on a baseball field, because it's not like a regular baseball game. The content there is practiced. The dancing is practiced. What is it like learning these dances with all these different athletes?
Yeah, it's a long day for these guys. I'm not necessarily a choreographed dancer. I just go off the cuff, feel the music, dance. But these guys are practice their dances for whatever choreographed dance they have that day, whatever skip that day. But then they also have to practice baseball. You have to take batting practice. They have to go hit the cages. So, our days, we get to the ball field around 9 a.m. for a 7 o'clock game. They go through rehearsals. They go just, the walk-ups are scripted. The in-game dances are scripted. But the game itself, it's a real game. There's no predetermined winner. There's no, hey, I need you to open the strike zone out because the game's getting out of hand. I got to call a good game. And those guys are very, very competitive, and they want to win. They want to beat each other. It's like playing your brother in any sport. You don't want to lose. Just like y'all two arguing earlier. I was in here just listening to y'all go back and forth. It sounds like y'all are brothers. That's kind of how the Bananas are. Like they love each other, but they don't want to be wrong. They don't want to lose.
Nice. Well, you kind of like the pioneer of the umpire, dancing umpire, but just speaking on the league overall, as a fan of you guys, I believe that, in due time, nothing in the near future, that you guys will kind of be the premier, league for baseball. If the MLB, now I know this sounds like a long stretch, but with AI integrated into the baseball arena, and then you guys bringing a form of entertainment, I can very, really clearly see that the younger audience or the younger generation gravitating more to you guys than regular baseball. Do you see this league growing and expanding to top tier type level like it's such as the MLB? Now, I'm speaking very, very, very far in the future because MLB is stapled and ingrained into American history. So it's not going to be something that is going to happen overnight. But I'm looking at the growth and how you guys are expanding and growing so at a rapid pace. Do you believe that at some point you guys can be either bought out by the MLB or be a very competitor to the MLB?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll say this. We're not trying to take over MLB. We're not trying to be the new MLB. We just want to have fun and have a difference. I mean, the owner doesn't like being compared to the Harlem Globetrotters, but that's a very similar thing. Like Harlem Globetrotters never tried to take over basketball. They never wanted to be the NBA. They just wanted to bring a place where families can go at an affordable price to see entertainment and also have a game going on at the same time. Jesse Cole, the owner, has been very clear. He will never sell out. He's had $1 billion offer to sell the team. He's not that guy. Like, that's why our tickets are only $40 to $60 is because he's not trying to get rich fast. He wants to make fans as we go. His goal is to have 1 billion fans. We got 40 million on social media right now throughout our platform. But to answer your question, no, I don't see us taking over the MLB. I don't think that's our goal. I just want a family of 4 to go to the game for $240 and enjoy a full day because we start at 2 o'clock. We open our show outside at 2, and the game's over at 9. So, for the value, you can't beat it. But, entertainment, we're not just baseball. We're entertaining. We dance, we sing. We have celebrities come out just like this past weekend. We had some awesome people come out. Kerry Wood came out and pitched, threw a ball behind his back for a trick pitch, and it made not top 10 Sports Center moment, play of the week. But so I don't ever want to be compared to MLB, and they don't want to be compared to us, and I get it. Right. Like, I've been a baseball fan my whole life. What they do is special. Those guys are very talented athletes and coaches and umpires. We are talented in our own different way. Like, these guys have been in the systems. They've been drafted. They've played the game for so long. They just don't want to deal with that ground anymore. They don't want to be that 0.08% to make it to the bigs, and then you have a couple bad games, and you're brought back down to the same place you were before. These guys are getting to play in front of thousands of fans every weekend. 3.4 million fans live this year, and get paid a decent wage. That we play from February to October, and then we have 3 months that we get to go enjoy family during Thanksgiving and Christmas and the holidays. Right. So that's kind of where we're at, and I don't want anybody thinking that we're trying to be the next MLB. If that makes sense.
I wouldn't say that you guys are trying to be it, but I do think that you guys are generating an audience and a unique audience to the point where you guys are going to be mentioned in those same realms. I not necessarily say that you guys want to or aspire to take over. I know a lot of guys are former players and a lot of guys that kind of played at a professional level and whatnot. So I understand that aspect of it. But a follow-up question with that is, I've never been to a game, but I've also watched it on TV as well. But so when you guys host games, is there multi-level of entertainment outside of the game? Like, if you guys have like, a park or, some type of activities for the kids outside or anything like that? Or is it just mainly you guys doing all the production and all the practicing that you guys got to do prior to the game, and then the entertainment follows into the game and that's it?
That's a great question. So we start on our major league stadiums. We'll open our doors for the pre show, which we have a stage outside that'll be with entertainment. That'll be with some players, the cast, the band. So we're putting on a show hours before the gates open. So, and then once the gates open, we're doing our thing at 5:30 with the game times. It starts at 7. So the entertainment never stops. There's no lull in your seat, kind of like an MLB game where you're just sitting and you're waiting and you're watching the big screen, just looking at little promos and stuff like that. Like, we literally it's action packed. Something for everybody, I'd like to say, because a lot of people saying, "Oh, this is just for kids and moms looking for hot guys," and I'm one of those hot guys. But
come on now.
But it's for everybody, man. We got grandparents, we got things. But to bring up your point, you mentioned about kids. We are bringing a lot of kids back to baseball. Mm-hmm. We're bringing the kids because like I told you earlier, man, baseball is a tough sport. All eyes are on you. You make a mistake, everybody knows. When you're playing football, the left tackle misses a block. You don't know why the running back was tackled in the backfield unless you slow it down and watch the replay. Mm-hmm. But all eyes are on you, and it is so tough. And in baseball, you got balls that come and it's not coming straight at you. It's difficult. So we can make baseball fun, and I think that's what kids are seeing. That, man, I can go have fun with my friends. I can go to practice and I can go play and have fun, and also compete and try to win. That's awesome. Because I know all of us probably played sports growing up. Like, all you want to do is win.
That's it.
That's all you want to do is win. We didn't realize that we were actually making memories with our friends and having fun at the same time. But now we bringing that into their mind. Hey, guys, go have fun. Go do something. Go dance and go be silly. Be you and go compete.
Yep. Beautiful.
We are talking to Savannah Bananas dancing umpire Vincent Chapman. And it's funny because, like I said, we've interviewed a couple of Savannah Bananas and managers and all the different people and different personalities. And actually, there's more than just the Savannah Bananas. There's so many different teams in your division. We tried to compete for the play-by-play position in one of your two new baseball teams in your division, in your league. And we didn't get the job, but we put something together. It was really, really funny. And Jabba actually talked me into doing. Jabba Chamberlain asked me to do it. Yeah. I did. I put it together. It was really, really funny. But it is what it is. And again, we enjoyed doing that. It was really, really fun. But did anybody ever tell you look like Jim the Anvil Neidhart? Do you know what that is? He was a wrestler.
Nah, man. Everybody normally tells me I look like Channing Tatum.
I don't know about that, but but it's funny.
Side by side, can I see who it looks like? He must be a good-looking dude.
Speedy could
pull him up. Yeah.
It's funny because I've heard that there are games right now that you can't even get tickets anymore for Savannah Banana game. I mean, there's people sitting back and there's 3 million people on a list on trying to get Savannah Banana tickets. You guys are selling out tickets all over the world, all over the country. You're jumping from Texas to New York to Florida to LA. I mean, it's crazy. What is it like working for a juggernaut like the league and the Savannah Bananas?
Yeah, it's 4.3 million people on the waiting list, but it's amazing. My job is to umpire, entertain, and that's what I get to do on a weekend basis. I get to travel the world, see stadiums that I don't know, man. That dude's got a lot more hair than I got, man.
I don't know about Shannon Tatum. I don't know about that.
I don't know. His beard's a little bit nicer than mine too, man.
I don't know.
Nah, I would say nah on this one.
Dude, Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Bring up Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Just put his face to Jim the Anvil Neidhart. I'm telling you right now, he looks like Jim the Anvil Neidhart. I mean, with your beard, at least with your beard. I remember him from wrestling. If there were the Hart Foundation, it was him and Bret Hart. And growing up,
I know Bret Hart.
Yes.
I know Bret Hart. So he was Bret Hart's sidekick, right?
Yeah, he was his brother-in-law. Yeah, for real life.
Okay.
They were brother-in-laws, and so was the British Bulldog. But at the time when I was a wrestling fan, I loved the Hart Foundation, and that's what you look like. I mean, there it is, right there.
God dang it. Hey, Gubbs, help me out, man.
That's an old
help
picture.
Me out,
that's an old picture. That's an old picture of him. That's
damn, if it's an old picture, okay, so he was.
That's an old picture of him. I'm telling you, if you've seen it, Speedy, bring up an old younger picture of him. I mean, that's when he's. By the way, he passed away. But if you put your face to his face, I'm telling you, when he was younger, you absolutely look like him. It's absolutely crazy. He had the same beard as you, and you guys got the same, the shape.
I'm gonna take your word for it, but I heard the argument earlier, and you lost that one. So
if you think that I lose the bets, there it is. There it is right there. There it is right there.
Listen, he hate losing now.
I don't hate losing. I win 90% of the time.
Don't bring that part up.
If you ask you how many dinners he owes me, I mean, he'll never take me out. He'll never take me out to dinner because he owes me like 5 of them. It just keeps going, keeps turning and turning and turning because the one thing that he was right about, there it is, I'm right.
You couldn't admit it. You couldn't even admit to it.
No, I'm not going to admit it because he was the MVP. We're not getting into
I'm not going to admit it.
Basketball. I want to get into baseball. And baseball has been unique. I mean, obviously, Rob Manfred has changed some of the rules in the MLB. I don't like it. I don't like how he's made the bases bigger, how he's changed the shifting, how he's, the pitching clock and the batter's box. I mean, we saw something that just happened with the Yankees recently. It's just all these different rules that are changing. But I like some of the rules that you have over there with the Savannah Bananas. And I've said this on the show that maybe the MLB needs to look at some of the rules. I mean, not the crazy rules, but how about if a fan catches a ball in foul territory? That's an out. I mean, that would be cool.
My favorite rule.
Yeah, to me, it keeps the fans entwined into the story and what's going on in the game. They're not looking at their phones because half of the time when you go to a baseball game, the first thing you're looking at is how many fans are their heads embedded into their phones. Every single one of them, they're embedded in their phones. It keeps the fans' head in the game, and they have a chance to catch the ball that can help their team get an out. And I think that
happened. It happened a lot this weekend in Chicago. It happened 2 nights. Made the Bananas lose the game. Back-to-back batters in the last inning fouled out for outs. And this is the Bananas. They're getting the Bananas out. So everybody's like, "Oh, they won't catch a banana ball." They do. They want to catch. They want to be a part of it. So what makes it great is they're able to be a part of the game, just like the fan challenge. If I make a bad call or they think I make a bad call, they can challenge the call.
I think that's cool. I think that's cool.
Awesome.
I think baseball needs to do something like that. Get the fans more involved during the All-Star festivities on the weekend, the home run derbies and all the different stuff that they have. They like the fans. This is all about the fans. Well, maybe getting the fans more locked into these games, especially playoff games. If you're a Yankee fan, what are you going to do? You're going to go to a Yankee game and try to catch a foul ball, or maybe the fans can argue. I'm not going to say every fan can argue about a call, but now you have the major league players. They have a chance to challenge a pitch, a strike. They have a chance to challenge challenge an out, if they're stealing a base. I understand what baseball's trying to do, and I think they're trying to copycat the Savannah Bananas and the way you're running your league. But I also think that some of the rules that they're bringing into baseball, they say it speeds up the game. And maybe it is when you look at statistics, but the analytics would tell me it doesn't make the game better. How about this? I want to know your opinion right now with baseball. If they're going into extra innings, right now, do you think that automatically in extra innings you should start at second base?
No, man. No, listen, those are pros. Those are athletes, man. They're at the biggest level. I don't think you should have the international rule starting off. These fans pay good money to go watch those games. Let them play. I think that there's some things that could change in MLB. I mean, I like the speed of the game. 3.5 hours for a game is a long time. But no, international rule, it shouldn't be there, especially the first inning. Now, after 3 extra innings, you want to do something, put them on first base, or second. I guess second's fine, so you can't really have a force out, or a double play opportunity.
No, because I hate it because if you're watching regular seasons, it depends on the team. It doesn't bode well for some of these teams. And you have one out. You have one out, but you automatically start at second base. There's a good chance you're going to score on that run. You can bunt the ball, you can bunt the player to third base, and then all you got to do is get a line drive, or they can fumble a ball in the field, and they're going to get a run in. So I don't like it. I think it doesn't help baseball, but there are other things that baseball could do that make it more interesting and more exciting. They don't do it in the playoffs. I think that the problem here with baseball is falling out of the fans' thoughts. I'll tell you this. Baseball in the 90s, before the strike, it was the number one sport in America. It was number one before the 94-95 strike. When that happened, it dipped everything. Then McGuire and Sosa came, steroid era came, and then football took over. Football became the number one. And then basketball internationally with Michael Jordan in 92, it really changed everything internationally and brought basketball to the forefront. Now basketball players are making tremendous money. They're the most popular all over social media. And then you look at hockey. Hockey has really transitioned over the last 10 years with Gary Bettman and the new rules that he's brought in and the different international play and the Olympics, obviously the United States winning. They've slowly but surely moved up as the 4th biggest sport in all of the world. And now you're hearing after the World Cup, but what we've been hearing over the past year is that soccer has jumped baseball. Baseball has fallen from all the way from 1 in the 90s all the way to like 5. It's the 5th most popular sport right now in America. What are your thoughts to that? What do you think baseball needs to do to make the sport back on top? What do they need to do? I mean, obviously the superstars, but they need to do something because there's a lot of money right now in the sport.
Yeah. My thing is there's too much red tape. Everybody wants to be seen. Everybody wants to be heard. These guys, if you go out and sign autographs and take pictures, throw these kids a ball, wave to them, say hi. I don't know if y'all remember about 3 years ago, Joey Votto went out in the stands and sat with a family. And it basically broke the internet. That's cool, man. That's what you need to do because I'm telling you, man, you're paying $150, $160 for one seat. Give these fans what they deserve, and cut down some of that red tape. I know there's insurance and you can't go out in the stands and just high five like we do. I get that, but there's opportunities to be made to create fans again. Kids are getting back into baseball. They really are. I see these the St. Louis Cardinals. They got a whole section. These kids taking off their jerseys and wave them in the air. I mean, it's coming back, but we got to make sure that we're taking care of the people that take care of them. Yes, they got TV deals. Yes, they get money from that. But you want butts in the seat. You want people in the stands to watch you. And the way you're going to do that is be more accessible, be more fans first, like we are. Everything we do is for the fans in mind.
Vincent, that's my argument right now. And baseball, like you're saying, I think they need to be more interactive with the fans. And I understand certain players. Mike Trout recently pretended that he was somebody else, and he went to a family's house, and one of the kids knew who he was, and he signed autographs, took pictures, and hung out with the family for his birthday. And that's a cool story, and it's great for baseball. The problem is that a lot of these baseball players, if they went out into the public eye, if they were an Aaron Judge who's 6'8" and he's built like a truck, or he's not Shohei Ohtani, nobody knows who they are. But if it's Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Steph Curry, if they walk out there, everybody knows who they are. Oh my God, it's Steph Curry, LeBron James. That's the problem with baseball right now, is their superstars are not standing out. They're making tons and tons of money. There's no question that they do. You have Ohtani, who the deferred money. That's what I want to get into. But my argument here is their superstars are not stars worldwide. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I would with a caveat to that. If you're wearing a Yankee uniform and you're a player, in these kids' eyes, you're somebody. You are a role model to them. You've made it. You are on the big show. You're playing with the New York Yankees or the Chicago Cubs or the Padres. Kids don't care who you are at that time. You took their time out of your day to go sign that baseball, to take that picture, to make them feel special. And if a good saying is give 5% of what you have. You only get 5%. If everybody gave 5%, this will be a better world. This will be a better place. If we just gave 5% of ourselves to make sure we're taking care of other people.
We are talking to Savannah Bananas dancing umpire Vincent Chapman. We're very happy to have him on. He's never been on a show, and he's been hearing me and Q just yell at each other, but he doesn't really get to know who we are personality-wise. And I want to get into this deferred situation with the Dodgers. And baseball could go on strike in the offseason. It very much could. I mean, you have some of these players like Tarek Skubal is going to be looking for $500 million. He is probably going to get traded at the trade deadline because Detroit is not bringing him back. But what does baseball do to try to fix this strike so it doesn't go for 50 games into a season or 80 games into a season where it could cost baseball again and drop them completely out of the running and trying to catch up with the major sports leagues in the United States?
Well, with anything, you're not going to make everybody happy. It's going to be divided whether which way you go or not. In my opinion, I think there should be a cap. I think to see what the Tampa Bay Rays do every single year with what they have and what they produce. Can you imagine if it was just a fair playing field where everybody had the same? We just like every other sport, pretty much. I mean, I think it's not going to be the rich ain't going to get richer in this situation, and that's unfortunate for them. But I think as an overall league, man, those guys with the no salary cap, they get the same playing field. It's going to make the league a lot better. It's going to be a lot more competitive, and that's what you want. You don't want the Dodgers winning every year, man,
And that's a problem because over the last 2 seasons, and again, we've seen the Yankees do this. The Yankees were dominant in the 90s, and everybody says, well, George Steinbrenner brought his way to a championship. If you know the Yankees and what the Yankees did, they build around talent from their farm system. They built around Derek Jeter, Jorge Posada, Mariano Rivera, Andy Pettit, Bernie Williams. They had 5 or 6 guys that they brought up and they really developed. And then they added players like Wade Boggs, Jimmy Key, Roger Clemens, David Wells. They added all these players and they added veterans with the youth that they had in their farm system. And that's what helped the Yankees become dominant in the 90s. What's transition in baseball is the money. I think that's the problem right now, like you were saying. These baseball players are making a cumulative amount of money. When you look at Juan Soto's a great player. I'm not taking that away from him. He averages almost a 300 every single year. He's going to give you 35 to 40 home runs. He's going to give you over 100 RBIs. But is he worth $768 million? Now, here's the problem. You have Juan Soto and he goes to the Mets because Steve Cohen, Uncle Stevie, is one of the biggest, most richest people in professional sports. Then you have the Kansas City Royals, the Cincinnati Reds, or the Pittsburgh Pirates. They bring up all these young studs. They have all these players in their farm system. They become superstars. And what happens? They can't afford them after the administration, and they lose them. And that's the problem with the way baseball is working. These owners are rich, but they want to take more money in instead of put back into their team. Teams like the Yankees or the Red Sox over the years, not lately, but over the years, the Red Sox like to spend. The Dodgers with this deferred money. The Mets, all these teams that we speak about, the Giants, the San Francisco Giants, they all want to invest into their team to build championships. Why do you think this is a buildup of a problem?
It's going to continue being that problem. Like you said, everybody wants money. I want money. I'm not going to sell my soul for it, but I want money. Everybody does. We want to, not only for us, but for our kids, for our grandkids. Like that, the money makes the world go round. So why wouldn't these guys have a great career for a couple of years? Like Morawski, look at him, man. I don't see him staying with the Brewers for very long. He's going to be somewhere else because somebody's going to offer him, $775 million. And I don't care how loyal you are to your team, money talks.
So here's my question to you. You love baseball. You're a part of the Savannah Bananas, and they're a $1 billion organization. They're bringing in tons and tons of money. How about setting a cap for some of these teams that are not investing into their teams and their organization? How about the Kansas City Royals? They have one of the best young players in Wits. Why not keeping him there in Kansas City for the rest of his career? If you're forcing these teams to at least invest $150 million a year in their roster, these players can stay there and be there for years to come instead of going to the Yankees or going to the Mets or going to deferred money Dodgers, as we've seen, or the Texas Rangers, where they, over the years, what they did with Alex Rodriguez and then moved on from him, or the Red Sox. I think that these smaller market teams could still invest because they still have rich billionaire owners.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And, like you said with the Yankees, they built around Jeter. That's what they did. There's a lot of this rookie class this year is loaded. I mean, I can name 9 right now. They're just unbelievable. Like they could be the face of that organization for years to come. So if they make that happen, you can build around those guys. Then you got competitive baseball all across the board.
That's what scares
I don't
me.
want to see a blowout. When I watch a game, I don't want to see a blowout. I want to see a 5-6 game. I don't want to see a 0-0 game, a 0-1 game. Obviously, I don't want to see I don't want to see that, but I want to see a competitive baseball game where it's back and forth. Each team's got 9 hits, 10 hits, and then it goes down to the very end.
We are talking to Savannah Bananas dancing umpire Vincent Chapman, and Vincent, I agree with you, but again, when you watch baseball and you understand baseball and you love the game of baseball, and I grew up watching baseball, playing baseball, and understanding the game. I grew up a Don Mattingly fan who's right now managing the Philadelphia Phillies, and I would love to see Don Mattingly win a championship if the Yankees are out. But again, going back to the problem in hand with baseball, when I look at the Savannah Bananas, they're selling out games. They're selling out. It doesn't matter who it is and where you guys go. You could go to New Mexico. You're selling out games. It doesn't matter how big the city is or how small the town is. You're going to sell out every game because you guys are showmen. And you just mentioned you don't want to see a 3.5-hour game, but you just said it. Before the game, you're out there at 5:30 before the game starts at 7, and you're out there signing autographs, entertaining people. So it's like a 3.5-hour game but by the time the game's over, you're on the field for at least 4 hours. So you have to really produce that entertainment. The problem right now in the major leagues is when you go to the ball field, you're spending, let's say on the cheap side, you're spending $70 a ticket. So you have your 2 boys, your wife, and your daughter. So that's 4 people right there. $70 a ticket, 70 times 4. That's what you're going to pay for the tickets. Then, ladies and gentlemen, you got to pay for hot dogs or hamburgers. You're spending about $10 a hot dog, or $5 a hot dog and $10 a hamburger. And then you want the nuggets. Oh, you know what? That's $20-something. And then a nice soda, a big soda, a large soda is $10. By the time you're done, including parking your car, you're spending about $500. Where does that money go? And if some of these teams, and this is the problem with baseball, in Milwaukee, you mentioned it, they don't really like to invest into their players. There are certain teams, even though they have great programs and great farm systems, they don't invest back into their team. I think that baseball needs to look at this, and they have to force these owners to invest back into their team.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm tired of watching baseball, and I'm sorry when I go all over the place with baseball. I know we're talking about the Savannah Bananas, and I love what you guys do, but to me, it mimics what baseball is not doing. To me, when you look at what you guys are bringing to the table, for instance, you're right now, you just said you have 40 million people that follow you on your social medias, right? That's what you guys said, 40 million? Yeah. To me, the largest team right now in professional baseball that has a following is the Yankees and the Dodgers. You guys have more of a following than the Yankees and the Dodgers. The Yankees and the Dodgers. It's funny because there was a player that played for the Ducks this year. I'm not going to mention any names. I think you know who I'm talking about. He went to Mexico recently. He signed with a Mexican team that came out and said some interesting things. He said, baseball will never let me back because they hate me. And it's fine. They hate me. I understand who I am, and I understand the way baseball portrays me to be. But he says, guess what? Why do all these young fans follow me? There are 22 teams that I outdo on social media. I actually have more of a following on social media than 22 professional baseball teams. And I told baseball, I will take no money. I will go and play for a team for free just to help your fan base, just to build the fan base back, to build the popularity. And baseball doesn't want to hear it. You know why? Because Rob Manfred didn't want to hear on another player that bet on baseball, but they have a superstar player, an international player that got away with it. He gets away with it because he's an international phenom. He's the biggest superstar in baseball. So how does Pete Rose not go to the Hall of Fame when he's alive? And now all of a sudden he's going to induct him into the Hall of Fame because he can't experience it because he bet on baseball. But your biggest superstar right now in baseball, I don't know. He's cheating. He's taking money from rich people and not giving it back to them. I mean, he's involved with all these scandals, but he gets away with it. They blow it. They push it under the rug. They say, hey, you know what? It doesn't mean anything. It's Shohei Ohtani. Who cares? I mean, what is going on with baseball? And I don't get it. This is why I'm arguing. And having somebody like you on a show that's a fan of the game. What are your thoughts to it? What does baseball need to do to fix this?
I don't know how you fix it. I don't know how you fix it. I mean, I know that as an umpire, one of the best umpires that we've had, he got fired for gambling. And it wasn't his account, but he got let go, and he had a perfect game. As you know, we're not perfect hardly ever. And we make mistakes, but he had 2 perfect games, I believe, in his career. And now he's no longer in the MLB. So I don't know. Like you said, I don't know all the details with Shohei. I do know that it's really fishy that your trainer or your interpreter had access to all your money, and you didn't realize it was all gone, or 20. I don't know how much. I think it was a lot of money.
$25 million. I don't care.
$25 million.
I don't care how.
I don't see how you don't know that's missing. Especially that was pretty early on in his career, before he signed with the huge deal. So I don't know. I wasn't there. I just know that an umpire did the same thing, a lot smaller stakes, and
so it's funny. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's so funny you brought it up, because I remember the steroid era. And how long did they investigate that steroid era? I mean, they investigated it for months, almost a year. I mean, what did they call that steroid? Who's the guy that was investigating? Tim something. I forget his name. I don't remember who it was, but he investigated it, and they dug deep into it, and he said that nobody would be announced on the list. What was the list, Speedy?
Mitchell Report.
The Mitchell Report. I remember with the Mitchell Report, Alex Rodriguez was on it, David Ortiz was on it. There were other players on it, but those were the guys that were released. Those are the names that were released but David Ortiz is still in the Hall of Fame. He's in the Hall of Fame, but Alex Rodriguez will never go there. Barry Bonds will never go there. Mark McGwire will never go there. Sammy Sosa will never go there, because they did steroids. But there are guys like Mike Piazza, who people believe did steroids. Jeff Bagwell. Has anybody looked at Jeff Bagwell since he's left baseball? Skinny and scrawny. All these guys. And I'm not taking shots at how great they were, but baseball at the time needed that era. Steroids really helped take that era to the next level, help baseball stay afloat. And thank God that it did, because if it didn't, maybe baseball doesn't. Well, it exists, but it won't. It'd be just as popular as the WNBA is trying to build up right now. And WNBA growing, but it would be right there with the WNBA. That's how bad it was falling apart after that strike. And now we're going into another strike here. The problem right now in baseball is pretty simple. They're the people that's running it. Theo Epstein, who I think is one of the smartest people in baseball. Smartest people. But you know what he did? Instead of working and continue to work as an executive with professional baseball, he stepped down and he decided to work as an owner with the Boston Red Sox. Why did he do that, ladies and gentlemen? Because it was all about money, the position that he was in to keep that money flowing for himself and his family. And you can't blame Theo Epstein for it. But here's the thing. What is baseball going to do when Rob Manfred decides to step down? We just saw Clark, the whole thing with the players union, what he was doing. He was sleeping with his sister-in-law. I mean, how many things need to be fabricated until baseball gets deep into this and realize there's something going on within? And I look at the Savannah Bananas. You guys just have fun. You go out there and entertain people. There's no mishmash. It's not about, well, who gets what gets who, and who's the superstar that's getting. You get Kerry Woods on the baseball field. You get all these superstars, movie stars, singers, anybody you want to get on a baseball field to hang out with you guys, because you guys are fun and entertaining. Don't you think that baseball needs to do something like that and bring baseball back to the forefront, that it can help the game and bring the game back to its highest points?
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Like I said to you earlier, everybody wants to be seen and heard. That's the first key. You're going to have to, let fans be fans and show them how much you appreciate them. I don't know how they're going to do that with all the red tape, with all, the big players. I get it, but there's got to be some way. There's got to be some way that you can do that, because baseball is a great sport.
Do you want to umpire in the major leagues? Do you think you have a chance? No, you don't want to do that.
I wouldn't want to. It's too slow.
Do you Oh,
You know,
so explain what you mean too slow, because I have watched the Savannah Banana game. You guys don't sit still. You guys have like ants in your pants. You guys all
Yeah, the games go by. You know, I think our fastest 3-out innings been 43 seconds. The guys get the ball, they pitch. The batters can't step out of the box unless they foul the ball off or there's a run coming home. Like they don't adjust their batting gloves or kick their cleats. You know, the pitcher gets the ball, the next pitch is coming. A foul ball in the stands, the pitcher already has the ball. I'm immediately giving the catcher the ball. The batter gets in the box, we're playing ball. So it's fast, and you know there's too much lull. You know, the 30-second pitch clock, that's too much time. Is it 20 seconds or 30 seconds? I don't know. I think it's 30 seconds. Yeah, it's just too long. Those guys are athletes. They know how to throw the ball. You don't need that much time. You don't even be thinking about throwing the ball anyways. Just throw the dang ball. That's my opinion now. I never thought about that way because we didn't have banana ball. You know, I wasn't trained the way I umpire banana ball. I wasn't trained that way. I was trained to have timing, and you see the pitch, you process, and you call it. I don't have timing anymore, man. I call it. You know, that's just how we go. And I'm down in the squat ready, or I'm twerking, and then I'm down in the squat ready for the next pitch. You know.
Why are you twerking? You don't even know what
you have me till you twerk.
Eating with this pause thing. He gets involved with the pause thing. Twerking is not pause. I don't know.
It is pause. It's pause for a man.
No, it's not.
Yes, a man not supposed to twerk. He's okay. It's an entertainment for Vincent. But never should a man be twerking.
Are not bad to twerk. Okay.
Yeah, it's a female dance.
I disagree with you. I absolutely disagree with you. That's not pause.
That's not man twerking is not pause?
No, not at all. Absolutely not.
Yeah, you have more
absolutely
issues.
Absolutely not. Why is a man dancing and twerking a pause?
Because
a man
shake his butt
women are looking at you. Women are looking at you in a place, a club, on a ball field, and you're trying to twerk so they can look at your goods, and that's a pause. How does that make any sense? Women can do
it. That's not why I do it, man. I do it just to have fun. You know, I know what you're saying, but
you see how uncomfortable it is. Like I get it, but I get it from where he stands. But it's not something that you make your name on. Like it's not something that you private. It's just. He's just doing it for entertainment. It's just a reaction. Like you said, he goes off the cuff. So he's not like planning to twerk. But if it comes out and he in the crowd is laughing or whatever, he's entertainment. But if you catch him in like a traditional nightclub or a bar, he's not going to be in the middle of there.
I might get slapped.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to slap you if you're twerking. Okay. I've never heard that before.
You'd be surprised.
I've gone to clubs and I've seen people twerk. Girls watch guys twerk, and these girls are flocking to them. So I completely disagree.
Okay, well maybe you're safe in Long Island.
With you. I'm not talking about Long Island. I've been all over the world as a DJ. So don't tell me it's just Long Island. I've been to 50 states. I've DJed in every single state.
Well, twerk. It seems like you want to twerk. You twerk. Let's see what you do.
I'm telling you right now, I've seen guys twerk and they attract women. So you're going to pause them because he's doing it? Get out of here. You're jealous. The guy knows how to move.
Nobody's jealous.
I knows how to move his
He don't really. It's not something that he really want to do. It's just something that just happens and he just goes along with it.
I know he's got a woman.
It's not his go-to move. Like
what do you mean? Maybe it is his go-to move. How do you know?
That'd be a bigger pause then.
That's maybe that was his point. Maybe that's how he got his girl. Maybe that's why that's how he had his kids.
Hey Earl, so why don't you twerk? Let's let the people see.
Why do I have to twerk?
What's wrong? Hey, it's for men. It's for everybody. What's the problem? Twerk. I'm against it. You for it.
I'm getting it. No, I'm telling you right now.
Now you don't want to twerk.
No, first of all, I'm not here to twerk. I'm here to entertain people and sit here and
perform entertainment.
No, that's formally
entertainment. I think the comment section is starting to blow up, y'all. This is
ridiculous. Listen, by the way, we're talking to Savannah Bananas dancing umpire Vincent Chapman. And Vincent, before we let you go, and I completely disagree with any of these guys when it comes to pausing to twerking. All right, I think that
even Vincent.
Vincent knows. He knows damn well you can go out there.
He agrees that it's not something he's supposed to be doing, but he's just doing it.
Vincent, are you married?
Yeah, that's actually, it's a funny story. The video that went viral, that went millions of views. I was supposed to have a date with my wife that night, and I had to call her before the game and say, "Hey, I'm sorry. Can we go on our first date the next day?" Well, that video was blowing up, so we was on our first date, and I was showing my phone. Like, look, this video got 10,000 views now. Look, this got 20,000 views now.
We're crazy.
So nothing's ever changed. Like our whole relationship, it's all been about me being a dancing umpire.
Vincent, this is what I'm telling you. Keep twerking, man. Keep twerking.
Oh, I'm not gonna stop. No, I'm not gonna stop. No, I'm gonna be. Listen, when I'm umpiring, when I'm 75 years old, I'm gonna be in a wheelchair, and they're gonna be saying, "They see me rolling,
hey. Patrolling,
trying to get me riding dirty."
Hey. Okay, Earl, about to twerk. Okay.
Listen, I'm not twerking on the show, man. I'm busy right now. I'm trying to concentrate. I'm sweating my butt off. So it's been horrible all show. And the fact that I'm getting through it, and we still have a long show to go, the fact that I'm still standing here on my 2 feet and I'm going to get through this show just says a lot about who I am. I stand on this show for 4 hours entertaining people, and I'm sweating my what off. Anyways, we love you, Vincent. We got to get you on the show again. Maybe one of these days we'll
you gotta catch a game. You gotta come out to a game, man. See what the hype is about. We get a lot of haters that's never been to a game before. And what I like to say is, hey, it's not for everybody because not everybody likes vanilla ice cream. Some people like chocolate ice cream. Like I like the color blue. You might go. It's not for everybody. But if you don't ever give it a chance, don't hate on it because you can't get the club. Like you know what I'm saying? Like come to a game, experience it. It may not be your cup of tea, but I promise you, there's something there that you enjoyed. Because there's so much stuff. It's medicine for ADHD. You got your head's on a swivel all the time. You don't have to be a baseball fan to enjoy it. And what's great about it is it's good for all ages. Kids, men, women, grandparents. Grandparents get to see their grandkids laughing and smiling and having a great time. Hey, those are memories that you'll cherish before they go. You know what I'm saying? So
haters are secretly admirers, man. Haters are secretly admirers.
Absolutely.
So. I'm
not going to say any names, but he's a big wig. He does say one bite, everybody knows the rule, and then he takes 8 bites of a pizza. But I don't know what that guy is. But anyways, he passes, while they're in the ESPYs. And my thing about it is like, hey, man, like people know who we are, and we're selling our stadiums. We're doing our thing. We're adding, we're adding kids back to baseball that would never have played baseball. So, I think we're doing a great thing and we're going to continue. We're still in the first inning. So,
hey, let's go.
We really appreciate you, Vincent, and we'll get you on the show again and keep up the good work. But go ahead.
Keep doing your thing, man.
Y'all have a blessed night, man. Take care.
All right. Salute, bro.
Really appreciate you. Vincent Chapman, dancing umpire for the Savannah Bananas. So now we've interviewed a dancing umpire. We've interviewed 2 players. We've interviewed a manager. I mean, what's next? And we've never been to a Savannah Bananas game or Savannah Ball game. We've been invited quite a few times. As a matter of fact, the last time we had, I forgot his name, Adam Virant. And it's funny, I forgot his name. Speedy should know. He knows everybody else's name, but he doesn't remember some of the guests that we have. I remember when he invited us to a game and Jabba and me were going back and forth. And I said to Jabba, I could steal – if you give me 5 chances to steal against you, I'm going to get at least 1 bag against you. And I told him, let's do it at a Savannah Bananas game in Yankee Stadium. And it was a packed house. And I said, let's do it. And he says, no, I'm not going to do it. And I said, why not? I mean, if you give me 5 chances to steal against you, I'm going to get at least 1 bag. And he never wanted to do it. And shout out to Jabba Chamberlain because we speak about it all the time. He will not buy into that. He will not buy into it. So that's all I'm going to say.
All right, let's move on to another interesting NBA rumor. Steph Curry amidst Golden State again not signing LeBron James, maybe on his way out. Steph Curry becomes eligible for a new contract extension on August 29th, but there are reports indicating that he might delay signing it because of the threat of impending free agency, because of they not signing LeBron James, among many other star chasing that the Warriors front office has failed to do. They've been linked to Jaylen Brown, were linked to Anthony Davis, and they were most notably linked to Giannis. And after missing out on all those guys, they were only limited to just drafting their 2 rookies and really didn't change much of the rest of the roster. And Joe Lacob, the owner, is preparing for the post-Steph Curry era amidst these failures. Curry is entering his 18th NBA season at age 38 and wants to still win now. And rather than issuing a public ultimatum, Curry wants to use it as a leverage point for this Warriors team. Will it happen? Who knows?
Here's the thing. Bob Myers ran that organization in Golden State. Bob Myers right now is running all of Philadelphia's teams, being that Harris owns everything. He owns the Devils, he owns the Washington Commanders, and he owns the Philadelphia 76ers. And the only thing he doesn't own is the Philadelphia Phillies. But Harris owns practically a baseball team, a football team, and a hockey team. He's a very rich owner, and he hired Bob Myers to run all his organizations. So right now, Bob is behind the scenes. He's not the GM. He's the front-end president of the 76ers, and I think that has a lot to do with LeBron James signing over that. It had a lot to do with the trade for Jaylen Brown. Think what you want to think. And I know Steph Curry would love to go and play with the 76ers. That's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. For any of the fans, rumors, it's never going to happen. He's not going to the 76ers. But him coming to the East, there's a possibility. There's a couple of teams right now that can use a Steph Curry. The Cavaliers could use a Steph Curry with a guy like Donovan Mitchell. You get a shooter that's going to spread out the offense. Could you imagine Donovan Mitchell and Steph Curry on a roster with the bigs that they have over there? I mean, look at the young teams like the Hawks. Could you imagine Steph Curry going to play with Johnson in that backcourt? There's quite a few teams. And if Steph Curry is going to be leaving the Golden State Warriors, it won't be in the Western Conference. He will move to the Eastern Conference because he has a better chance of winning in the East. No Knicks fans, he wouldn't be going to the Knicks. He wouldn't. First of all, Steph Curry, even though he doesn't need money, he's made $400 million in his career. He doesn't need, I'm sure he's made a lot more than that with some of the things that he's made with his sneaker deal. He made $400 million with the Chinese deal that he has in China now. The guy's making money. He doesn't need the money anymore. He wants to win championships. Steph has won 4. And he's on that chase too. He wants to win 5 and 6. He wants to tie Kobe and Jordan so he can be considered with the greats. And that's fine. That's what you want to do at the tail end of your career. But the Golden State Warriors hasn't done him right. Think about it. They went after Draymond. They didn't go after Draymond. They went after LeBron James. They went after Jaylen Brown. They went after Giannis. They went after all these guys, and they struck out on every single one of them. Bob Myers, he didn't strike out on anything. Bob Myers was behind it. He brought in Jaylen Brown. All he had to trade was really Paul George and a couple of picks. He's sitting pretty over there on that trade, especially if they can win a championship. He brings in LeBron James to an $8 million deal for 2 years, and he's sitting pretty with that. This team is now a championship contended team with 2 pieces when they were looking outside, looking in, going into the offseason. Joel Embiid was going to be looked to be traded. The guy's averaging last year when he was playing 26.9 points per game, complaining that he needed to win an MVP, won an MVP, and still didn't take his team to an Eastern Conference Finals. Bob Myers has changed the 76ers. He has brought the 76ers right out from death to now championship contender. And right now, the Golden State Warriors, they have a guy right now that's running the organization that doesn't know what he's doing. Obviously, you could see it. Klay Thompson is gone, and the end of Klay Thompson's career is coming. He had an Achilles tear. He had a knee tear. He's not the same player. That's why he had to part ways. Draymond Green is done. What are they going to do? They're going to extend Draymond Green to try to keep him there? Why? Draymond Green is washed up. He's not the same player. He's not the two-way player he used to be. He's not. He's not that player anymore. So where do they go? The only way the Golden State Warriors go is to trade Steph Curry. They need to add future considerations. The 1 year that they were bad, they drafted Wiseman. Remember that? He was the top 3 pick. The guy everybody thought could have been the best player in that class. What did they do? They didn't develop him. They winded up moving him for nothing. They had Poole, but he didn't get along with Draymond Green. They extended him, and then they traded him. We all know nobody's talking about Jordan Poole anymore. Steph Curry has been the face of that organization. He's done wonders for that organization. If Steph Curry wants to leave to try to win a championship or another championship or 2, he should be able to. Fans should not take shots at him. He is not LeBron James. He's not. He didn't jump ship to go to different teams to win championships, pile up with some of his favorite players to go to another organization. No, he didn't do that. He is sitting there pretty at the age of 37, 38 with the same organization he started with, the same organization that drafted him from Davidson. And that to me says a lot about who he is as a player, that he's dedicated to his team and his organization. But if he wants to go somewhere because Golden State's not giving him enough pieces, you're giving him an old Butler who to me is washed up. He's never going to be the same player. And then Draymond Green, that's where they're going. That's their second option now that they lost out on LeBron James. You're going to bring back Draymond Green. You're going to overpay it for a guy, to me, that's more of a post guy. And I mean not posting on a court, a post guy on social media than a basketball player. I'm sorry. If I'm a Golden State Warrior fan, I want Steph to leave. He still is playing at a high level. He has a chance to win multiple championships if he goes to the right team. I hate to say this, but why not go to the Celtics? Why not go play with Jason Tatum? I think that would make a lot of sense. To me, Jason Tatum adds another option, a shooting option that they have not had. A guy that can shoot anywhere on the court, spread out the offense. He's a point guard, something I believe they've been craving for. They haven't had since Kyrie Irving, and Kyrie Irving wasn't very good at it over there. I mean, they had Steph Curry over there with Jason Tatum. They could be a championship contender. Why couldn't that happen? I don't know if Brad Stevens would be able to do something like that because Brad Stevens made that mistake with Jaylen Brown. But I mean, trading Jaylen Brown for Steph Curry would have been a great deal. Would have been a great deal for the Celtics instead of bringing Paul George. I don't know if they have enough pieces, youth, to get a player like that. No, but then again, they did get 2 first-round draft picks from the 76ers, and they have a bunch of theirs. Maybe they do move picks like that and bring him in to play for the Celtics, and that could change the East. So there's a lot of thought here that I'm looking at. It's why not Steph Curry come to the East and try to win a championship here? LeBron James did it. Carmelo Anthony did it. These guys, they all do it. They all come here because it's easier. It's an easier way to the finals. So my opinion is if Steph Curry wants to leave, Golden State Warrior fans, you should let him.
Yeah, I think that's an insane take to think that the Golden State Warriors should get rid of Steph Curry. I think it's interesting to hear that a top 75 player has the option to go and ring chase, except for who? Except for LeBron, except for KD. You know, Steph is definitely in those conversations, though. Therefore, I don't understand how he gets the grace versus LeBron or versus the KDs when those are the two Mount Rushmore of this era. So, Golden State not going to do anything but re-sign Steph Curry. I don't believe that he will ever leave because his legacy is engraved into the Golden State Warriors. Eventually, he will retire and go on his last year Cinderella with around the league, acknowledge him as the greatest shooter to ever play the game of basketball. But when it comes down to it, Golden State Warriors go as far as Steph Curry go as long as he's in the league. The problem with the Golden State Warriors has nothing to do with landing those players. The problem with the Golden State Warriors is they got rid of the young talent that meshes well with Steph Curry. When you go back and look at Jordan Poole, when he was there with the Warriors, he was a top tier guy. When they got rid of, and so they got rid of him. Now they bring in Jimmy Butler. Unfortunately, he tore his ACL, and that was the issue or whatever. But they still got him coming back next year. They still got Kristaps Porzingis, who's still there. I think they just re-signed Gary Payton Jr. So the team overall is pretty still solid. Obviously, if Draymond stopped with the antics and just continue to play basketball, I believe there'll be a better squad than they were last year. But now moving forward, they're going to have to build out through the draft. And if there's an availability of a star coming over there, which is there's still some guys, that I believe that can probably help them.
Give me one. Give me one right
DeMar DeRozan is still out. He can
isn't a star.
He can help.
He's not going there.
He can help. You don't have to need stars when you have a system, which is the reason why Clay was able to flourish in that system, which is the reason why when KD came over, they didn't miss a step. These are the reason why these things work. It don't always mean that you got to have overload. We just talked about the 76ers having all the talent in the world and nobody believes they're going to win the championship this year, because it just doesn't mean that just because you got all this star power that you're just going to automatically win the championship. At the end of the day, they run a system, right? So their prerogative is to actually put the right pieces in the right places to win. When they were winning championships, they had the right role players, they had the bench, and they had the right stars that was there to complement Steph Curry, which was the Klay Thompson, which was Draymond at one point in his career, and which was KD when he came over. Iguodala, he was a role player. Moody was a role player. All these other guys that was contributing factors within that championship run, they set up a good team. It wasn't that they was the most talented. It was because they had the right pieces that fit the system that they was running. So they don't have a star power issue. They have people that they had eliminated them with the younger guys, with Jordan Poole and all of those guys. You got rid of that guy, which was the next guy in line that replaced the Klay Thompsons. When you got rid of him, and now you don't have anybody to fill that role.
All right, I completely disagree, because if you look at their roster, they have no secondary offense. They have Steph Curry and everybody else. Jimmy Buckets is not the same player. He's coming back from a teared ACL. Draymond Green is not an offensive player. And then you're bringing up guys like, I don't know, Gary Payton Jr. Are you kidding me? Look at the Western Conference right now. You have OKC, got better. San Antonio, got better. Denver, got better. Los Angeles, got better. Houston, got better. Minnesota, we'll see where Minnesota is. Portland, got better. Phoenix, got better. The Clippers stink. New Orleans.
Marcus Smart was the better.
Dallas
Made Houston better.
Got better. Memphis got better. I mean, Golden State might not even make the playoffs. They might even be a playoff team. That's where they're at right now. Steve Kerr. That's what they did. That's what their offseason was all about. Getting Steve Kerr back. Bringing Steve Kerr back. That's what they did. And you're going to sit here right now and tell me that they have enough to win? They don't. And if I was Steph Curry, I want out. And by the way, I did not say that Steph Curry is anywhere close to what Kevin Durant and LeBron James did. LeBron James jumped ship 3 or 4 times to win championships. Kevin Durant did it 3 or 4 times. This man has not jumped ship anywhere. He's done it there numerous
You're encouraging him to jump ship.
No, I'm not encouraging him. I'm telling him if he needs to, if he wants to move on because this organization is doing him wrong, because they are doing him wrong. They're not giving him players. They should have went all in on Giannis in the offseason. All in on him to get what they needed to do, get what they needed to get him. Trade with another team. They have picks. Move those picks, move players, and get him in there. But you know what they did? They overpaid for Jimmy Buckets, who nobody wants that contract. Now they're going to have money to give to Draymond Green because nobody is going to be available. And now you're saying they're stars. DeMar DeRozan, that's what you're selling me right now?
You asked for a name. That's the problem with you. You keep trying to make it seem like that said this gets him over the edge. There's other people out there that can help them, and I just gave you one. And just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that it is wrong. So at the end of the day, that's what I'm
Give me one. Give me one.
I just gave you one, sir. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All you're going to do is say no. You're going to say it's wrong. Okay.
Yeah, I want to know what kind of star they're going to get. You want to bring Klay Thompson back? Well, go ahead. Let's bring
right. Then you just say Jimmy Butler is trash because he just tore his ACL.
Dude, Jimmy Buckets is not the same player. He hasn't been the same player in 3 years. He hasn't.
Okay.
He's not.
God, listen, do you realize that the game, you get older the more you play? Like, do you realize that? Like, you're only going to be in your peak for so long. Like, you can't be at your peak at 40 years old. Like, I know LeBron makes it look easy, but you can't be at your peak at over 15 years. Like, what are you saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. So at the end of the day, you keep saying, like, you keep comparing them to their peak numbers. You don't have to have that.
I'm telling you, you could have went after Kawhi Leonard. I would have went after Kawhi Leonard. If you struck out on Giannis, you should have. They didn't have to give up much. Toronto didn't give up much to get Kawhi Leonard. You could have gotten Kawhi Leonard for maybe 2 pieces to a pie and get Kawhi Leonard there to play with Steph Curry, and you'll have a championship contending team right there. You have one of the best.
You would have got rid of Draymond Green, and then the whole offense is all messed up.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Of course, because you don't realize that there's a set offense over there. You don't understand how Steph Curry get open. You think that it just happens out of the grace of God, like he don't happen.
So wait a second. Do we remember when Steph Curry went down this year? Do we all remember that? I do remember that. And Steph Curry was down for a while. How many wins did they have after Steph Curry stepped down? Not very good. And the fact that they got into the playoffs, was because Steph Curry came back the last 3 weeks and went on a scoring trend. That's why they made the playoffs, and they made a play-in game, which, by the way, they got their butts whipped. Okay, and we all know what happened. So my fact here, the fact here is they don't have anything. They have no future. There's nothing there for him. And if I was him. And if I was the organization, I'd say, listen, Steph, we'll keep you here. But if you want to win a championship, it's not going to be here. It's not. We don't have anything.
He's not chasing championships no more.
What are you talking about? Yes, he is.
That's it. When he came out, they said he's chasing championships. Steph has never did that.
Steph Curry. So you know, he plays a lot.
When did he say it? Don't say so. You know, or I know. I remember. Or he mentioned an interview when he had a championship run. I don't want to hear none of that. Say when he said, "I'm chasing championships."
Steph Curry won a golf tournament this past offseason, and Steph Curry sat with the 3 guys that came in second and third place with him. Okay, you're laughing. And they asked him, Steph, where do you see the Golden State Warriors? He says, listen, I'm here for a very few more years and all that other stuff. He says, I want to win at least one more championship. He never said where or when. He said he wants to win another championship. And he didn't even say it was Golden State. So yes, when he came out, when he was playing I didn't know if he came in first place, but he was in the top 3 before this story came out that they're going to build a Hall of Fame, whatever they're doing over there for him, that he came out and he said that he wants to win at least another championship. He is not winning a championship in Golden State. He's not. There's no way they're beating
Why? Because you said it?
Because there's no way they're competing right now against Oklahoma.
They made the playoffs with where they hurt Steph Curry. But you telling him at full strength with everybody coming back that there's no opportunity for them to win.
Phoenix kicked the crap out of them. There's no way they're making the playoffs with the roster they have. There's no way. Okay. Dallas is better. Memphis is better. Yeah, I think
Dallas
they're both better.
And
Utah is going to be better this year with Peterson. They're going to be better. I'm telling you right now. I'll tell you, New Orleans.
Darren Peterson was the missing piece.
Clippers are going to stink. Phoenix is not really that good. I could see Booker getting traded, but Booker's going to want to come to the East.
Dude, these are franchise players that are the face of their industry. They're not just trading these people. Okay. Booker would have been left if that's the case. He done signed 2. He was not the franchise player.
Yes, he was.
He was.
You're telling me James Harden wasn't.
Kevin Durant wanted out. That's the difference.
James Harden was a franchise player for Houston. He wanted out to go and play with Kevin Durant.
Okay, they won't out. Not like they getting rid of him.
Was a franchise player too.
For who?
Where do you want to go?
He's never been a franchise player. He's never been a franchise player.
When LeBron left, he was the franchise player.
When LeBron left.
Yes, he was the franchise player with the Cavaliers.
When did he win?
What do you mean, when did he win? He won with LeBron.
He was with LeBron. Okay.
Yeah. So what? He was a big part of that win. He was a big part of that championship. Don't say that he wasn't. So
he hit a shot.
Win without him. What do you mean hit a shot?
Okay.
He averaged 23 points a game in the playoffs. You're going to tell me he wasn't good? He was the guy that
I didn't say he was. I didn't say he wasn't good. You see how you twist my words? Because of why?
It doesn't matter. It
does matter. It's the same thing we had with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You double team one, and then the other guy get freed up, and then you make it seem like that. Oh,
when he said it, and then you put your thumb between your legs. That's what happens with you. That's what you're doing. That's what you do.
No, it just doesn't make sense. You just said they double one guy, and then the guy that gets the shot, you got to say, "Oh yeah, he's the guy." No, you're not the guy. He's the guy. He made the right play.
And because he was right about the Celtics, he thinks he's right all the time.
Oh, you still hurt? You still heard about that? You still heard about that?
No, I'm not hurt. I'm just proving you're wrong.
Forgot. Let me disengage because you hurt.
Steph Curry said that he wanted to win another championship. He's not winning Golden State. Steph Curry said
you don't know this. You just said.
What are you talking about? Do you want me to pull it out?
You don't know that they're not going to win another championship.
After the show, I will show you the video when he was interviewed after coming into.
You don't know that they're not going to win another championship.
I'm telling you, they're not. They're not good enough. They're not good enough. Anybody?
They said that after Kevin Durant left too. You're not good enough.
Let's pull up right now. Is Golden State a championship contending team right now? I would love to hear the fans because I will guarantee you anybody that knows anything about basketball would tell you Golden State doesn't stand a chance. They don't stand a chance in the Western Conference.
Okay.
They don't stand a chance.
They just so happened to make it last year.
What do you mean they made it?
They were playoff appearance last year.
They were a playing team and they lost against Phoenix. Okay. They got
just so happened to make that happen with nobody.
Oh, please.
And people got hurt. And people told their team.
You know the truth.
I'm not arguing. No, but you just put everybody at the one. It's like, no, like you said contender. That means can they upset somebody? Can they compete?
Who?
Yes. That's what you say they do. You can't say, they're not good.
In a 7-game
series. Name 7.
Who are they upsetting? They beating Minnesota? They beating Minnesota?
They could beat Minnesota.
No, they can't. Yeah. You going to beat Houston? With now
you just love star power. So you're not thinking about the basketball sense. You just said it. You got more stars than you the guy.
That's my question. Stop beating around the bush.
I'm not. I just told you. I said yes.
Can they beat Houston?
Yes.
No, they
Houston
can't.
got better because they got what? Marcus Smart?
What are you talking about? They got Thompson. They got Segan.
What did that do for them when they played the Lakers with 2 injuries?
They didn't have a point guard. Now they have a point guard back.
They had 2 injuries. It was the Lakers, old LeBron versus Houston, a healthy Houston Rockets.
Their problem.
Luka and AR was down, and he ended up beating them.
everybody knows Houston's problem all
Of
season
course,
long
it's
was
always
bringing up the
something.
ball. Am I right,
It's,
Speedy?
it's
What was their
something.
problem all
It's
season long?
something.
Bringing up the ball.
Yeah.
They don't have any guard. Now they get Van
for
Vliet.
you not to watch nobody, you sound like a lot of these media guys.
Okay. I'm telling you, I watch a lot of basketball. I'm telling you right now, Houston's way better.
Of course.
Los Angeles.
You can't beat Los Angeles with a 40-year-old third option with your full healthy team.
Dude, they don't
but you're going to tell me that they ranked amongst the top 5 in the West because they got Fred VanVleet back off a torn ACL, which you just said that Jimmy Butler would never be the same again because of his torn ACL. So what are we doing here? What are we talking about?
What are you talking
about? Kind of full of contradictions.
So let's talk
One
about
guy can tear his ACL and he has no chance of being developed, but another guy can tear his ACL and he come back and be the guy.
I'm going to tell you why you don't know basketball.
That's not now. You can't talk ball with me.
What do point guards do? Point guards pass the ball and shoot the ball. What do threes do and fours do, like Jimmy Buckets? Well, let's see what Jimmy Buckets do. He's got to be athletic. He's got to get inside. He's got to get to the hole. Van Vliet doesn't have to do any of that. He just has to facilitate. And that, to me, is different when it comes to Jimmy Buckets, who, by the way, is coming off not one, but 2 knee injuries, okay? Van Vliet, this is his first big injury he's ever had in his career. So you have no idea what you're talking about. Denver, you think they beat Denver?
How did it work out with Van Vliet the year before he tore his ACL?
Beat Denver.
How did that work out?
Do they beat Denver?
Did they make the championship?
Do they beat Denver?
Did they make the championship?
I'm asking you. Do they beat Denver?
Oh, okay. All right. So
do they beat Denver?
now all of a sudden Fred VanVleet going to be the winning edge.
Do they beat Denver? Do they beat Denver?
That's what I'm talking about.
Do they beat Denver?
Yeah. And also, as a point guard, if somebody presses you have to use the angles, so which is not very good on your
I rest
ACL,
my
by the
case,
way.
ladies and gentlemen. No answer from the old Q.
I know, because you want to keep talking about everything else. You don't want to stay on topic.
To help
You were
him
just
out.
talking about Houston. Now you want to talk about Denver.
What I'm telling you is Steph Curry has no chance of winning with the Golden State Warriors. If he wants to win another championship, it won't be with Golden State. And that is
Cleo.
a fact. And you want to tell me
Cleo.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Anybody, I could bring the interns in. I could bring anybody on the show right now that knows basketball. Knows basketball will tell you that Steph Curry right now, the way he's aligned over there at Golden State, they don't have a chance.
Oh, it's the off season. They
don't
can
have
make so
a
many
chance.
changes. You don't
They
know what's
struck out
going on.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
I got who I
3
was talking
times.
to.
They struck out on Jaylen Brown, LeBron
Listen to
James,
him talk.
Giannis. They're strikeouts. That's it. They're done. Steph Curry is going to move on. That's all I'm going to say.
Guarantee he don't. Bet that.
All right,
All right,
ladies and
exactly.
gentlemen. I'm not even going to sit here and argue anymore.
I know, because you know he's not going to leave.
No, he's going to leave. I'm
Yo,
gonna
he
tell you
going
right
to the
now.
Eastern Conference.
He is leaving. He's leaving. Ladies and gentlemen, remember I said that. Before
He's
Steph Curry's
leaving.
career
He's
is
never
over-
going to win again.
Before Steph Curry is over and his career is over, he will move on to another team in another organization where he has a chance to win. You can book it. I said it.
Book it,
Remember
guys.
I said it. All right, when we come back, we're going to get into Cody Bellinger suffering a hamstring injury. It's a bad injury for the Yankees right now. Moving into the trade deadline, what do the Yankees need to do? They need a lot of help offensively, and it's not just a rise. They're going to lose Chaz, thank God, but there's a lot of pieces that they need to add, even at third base. They can add a third baseman. They need to add some interior players. And they need to add some bats because Bellinger is a big loss for the New York Yankees. So we'll get into that. We'll also get into Mahomes. Cleared to practice with the Chiefs in training camp. So we'll get into Mahomes. Does Mahomes make that run this year with the roster that he has? We thought somebody was going to be back with him this year, but it doesn't look like he'll be back in the NFL, Mr. Cheetah himself. So we'll get into where and why Mahomes still has a chance to win a Super Bowl. And we're going to debate the top 5 biggest NFL frauds this season and what's that smell. But we're going to go to a break with the old Resi.
DJ, I want you to turn it up.
What's up, y'all? This is Tupac.
Yo, what's up? This is Dr. Dre.
Big Snoop Dogg. This is your radio.
This is the Rez Man. Into the New York Sports Loudmouth.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, this is a new show of the New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host, as always, he's a pain in the rear end tonight. He's been driving me off the wall, Mr. Quentin Copels. He calls himself the Distinguished Gentleman, and Speedy Petey. On the back end, we have the old Nithin Ramachandra, Mr. Back End himself. And we have our guys, Jameson, Julian, and we have the one we call Joshua on the back end. So we have a lot of guys. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I want to tell everybody, with this room, it is like 82 degrees in this room right now. I am sweating my tuchus off right now. That's how I'm going to say my big ass. That's what I'm saying. It is hot in here with all these lights, all these televisions. I'm sweating. It looks like it just jumped out of a pool. So when we went to the break, I was wiping my face. It's crazy, but I'm going for it, guys. I'm going for it to entertain you guys. I have been in a studio before. I was at CBS Sports one time, years and years ago, and the air conditioning went out in the whole building. I'll never forget. And the room that I was executive producing at CBS was a 6x8 room. It was like a cube. It was a cubicle. And I'm in the production room where they have all these different mixers and all the different engineering stuff and computers. It was like 95 degrees. And I was in the studio for like 5 hours doing 2 shows and producing 2 shows. It was the worst. It was, and I think that standing up for 4 hours and dealing with this right now is probably even worse. So I am going for it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to entertain you guys. It's been a crazy, crazy show. All right, let's go.
All right, let's get to some New York Yankees baseball. Unfortunately, it's not the good kind for Cody Bellinger, as he was placed on the 10-day injured list with a left hamstring strain while running first base on a double against the Phillies. Bellinger joins Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton on the injured list in the Yankees lineup, and they are continuing to chasing the Rays in the AL East. They entered the deadline season prioritizing upgrades at catcher, third base, and the bullpen. But could they go for an outfield pivot for Brian Cashman is very interesting. Top outfield prospect Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez. Not likely to be traded now because they are likely going to be up on the roster. They just recalled Spencer Jones for long-term athletic depth, and Dominguez has been up for the last couple of weeks and playing well. Byron Buxton is one guy from the Twins that the Yankees have been linked to amidst this Bellinger injury, and Bellinger obviously can move back to the corners once he does return from the injury. But this trade deadline move, could it be a little bit of a different approach?
Here's the thing. If you're a Yankee fan right now, you couldn't be happy to hear that Bellinger went down with a hamstring. It is a second, what do they call it?
Grade 2.
A grade 2. And I don't know what that means. I know grade 1 is the worst. Grade 2 is the second. So it's not a good sign. That means he could be out for at least a month. Hamstring problems can linger. We've seen this. Same thing with lat problems in baseball, especially for hitters and pitchers. We saw Aaron Judge over the last 3 years. He's had lat problems. Pitchers have had lat problems. Now you're talking about a hamstring problem. It's to me, you're playing on turf. You're not always playing on grass. It's not good for your hamstring. So I worry about this injury, and Bellinger might not be healthy for the rest of the season, fully healthy for the rest of the season. When you're playing 162 games in a season and you're playing almost every other day, and sometimes you're playing double headers, that puts a lot of stress on your muscles. And if you're not hydrating yourself, and I'm not saying Bellinger isn't hydrating himself, but if you're not hydrating yourself, that could cause a lot of problems when it comes to defense, running after the ball, and eventually limbs and all the joints and all the muscles that you have in your body. It could cause a lot of problems. Baseball, to me, is the hardest sport because you're playing 162 games and you're playing it in such a short time of the season. You're playing 6 months, and then you got to play a long playoff. And sometimes if you want to win a championship, you got to go through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 series to win a championship. It's grueling. And Bellinger, the one thing I like about Bellinger is he's always been a team player. Even in the offseason, he could have played for the WBC. He was asked to play first base for the WBC team. He probably would have started over Bryce Harper because he's a better defensive player, and he can hit for average. He could also play in the outfield. He could play multiple positions. It would have been a very important piece for Team USA, but not like Aaron Judge. He told the WBC, told Team USA that the Yankees gave me a contract and I'm here to win championships. I'm not here to win the WBC. That's leadership. And Cody Bellinger is a guy that I love. I really, really like the kid. I remember when Jabba Chamberlain, when he was on the show, we were doing Jabba in the Mouth, said that would be the biggest signing in the offseason for any team if Cody Bellinger goes back to the Yankees. Now, the Yankees needed to get a contract or give him a contract that made sense for them and a long-term deal. Cody Bellinger took less money to stay with the Yankees. That says a lot about his leadership and who he is as a player. His father grew up as a New York Yankee. He grew up a Yankee fan, Cody Bellinger. This guy was an MVP. It's not like this guy wasn't a good player and he's not a good player. This guy is a big, important player. We need him in the playoffs. He needs to show up in the playoffs. He's an important left bat for the New York Yankees in the playoffs. But what the Yankees need to do at the trade deadline is pretty simple. If they think they have a chance to win a championship this year, they need to go all in. All in this trade deadline. If you think that you can get Mason Miller?
Miller.
If you can get Mason Miller from San Diego, get Mason Miller. Even if you have to trade Spencer Jones. And I don't want to trade Spencer Jones. If you can get Mason Miller for Spencer Jones and a couple of prospects, I would do it. Because then you have control of Mason Miller for the next few years. You have a closer, and now you can solidify what you are. Bendard, you move him to the 8th inning. Now you have a solidified bullpen, which you're going to need in the playoffs. Bullpen is very important in the playoffs. Arise is not the only guy they need. They need to, and I don't know if Buxton, what the Yankees are going to have to give up for Buxton is a significant portion of prospects.
Yeah.
Buxton, he made the United States team. This guy's one of the best United States outfielders in all of baseball. The Twins aren't just going to give him away. The Yankees are going to have to give up a significant portion of prospects. Are the Yankees willing to trade away their future for a chance to win a championship this year where the Dodgers are going to be favorite? The National League is loaded. Milwaukee is good again. Philadelphia is good. The Braves are good. I mean, there's no guarantees for the Yankees. Now, if the Yankees think that they're missing one or two pieces to get them over the hump, then buy into it. I think the Yankees are missing more than one or two players. I think the Yankees are 4 players away from being a contender. And if Aaron Judge doesn't come back and he doesn't come back healthy and play in the outfield, the Yankees they don't have a chance. They don't. And I'm sorry for all the Yankee fans listening to this and saying that I'm a Yankee hater. I am a real Yankee fan. I am honest. I'm telling you the truth. When I look at this roster, their pitching staff is fantastic. Schlittler is unbelievable. Cam Schlittler is going to win the Cy Young for the American League. It's amazing how this kid has grown in just less than a year and a half. He's become a superstar after that Boston game in the playoffs. Warren has become an important piece to the Yankees, and he will be an important piece to the Yankees bullpen going into the playoffs. He is going to be a long reliever. They're going to need Will Warren. He's been a fantastic pitcher for the Yankees with all the injuries that they had with Garrett Cole, Max Fried. Now they have Garrett Cole back and Max Fried. If Garrett Cole can even pitch at 80% that he was before he came off his injury, his UCL tear, he's going to be good. And if you can get Max Fried, how he was pitching in the first half of the season, which he looked pretty good in his first start back. I know it wasn't against a good team, but at least he looked good. I mean, the Yankees have the roster as far as pitching is concerned to go all the way. But if you're not getting runs, no matter how good your pitching is, no matter how dominant your pitching and your bullpen is, if you're not hitting and you're not getting on base, you're not getting runs, you're not beating any of these teams. And the American League stinks. It stinks. I don't want to hear how hot the Boston Red Sox are. Boston has a lot of deficiencies. They're not good. They have pieces. They have a good pitching staff. Sonny Gray looks really, really good. They've got pitching, and they played well. But guess what? Has Sonny Gray ever looked good in the playoffs? No. The Red Sox, to me, they're not a built playoff team. They have a bunch of young players that look good. Anthony, I love Anthony. I think he's going to be a sensational player. But they're also a team that has a bunch of veterans that some people thought were going to be at the trade deadline moved. But now that they're a contender and they're going to be a wild card team, I think Boston's going to go all in. Who's to say that Boston can't make a move for Francisco Lindor?
Yeah.
Add Francisco Lindor to that roster. I wouldn't say they're a contender, but they're right there with any of the teams in the American League. So the Yankees got to make noise. Brian Cashman is going to have to make noise at the trade deadline. And I'm not talking about moving Jazz Chisholm because you're not going to want to give him an 8-year deal. That is not going to work. Arise, you should have brought Arise in the offseason when you had a chance to. Everybody was questioning the Yankees. He was sitting there all the way 2 weeks before spring training. The Yankees could have brought him in as a backup player. Then they could have moved Chisholm for somebody he's half decent. Maybe you add another pitcher, another bullpen arm. Maybe you bring in Mason Miller in a trade for Jazz Chisholm and a bunch of pieces. Now you're going to have to move Jazz Chisholm for Arise, and Arise would have been free. It made no sense why Brian Cashman didn't make that move in the offseason. There's a couple of things that question me about Brian Cashman and where Brian Cashman is when it comes to the Yankees in the offseason, if the Yankees strike out or the Yankees are not a contender. I think they're making the playoffs. There's no question that the Yankees are going to be there. But the injuries are significant, and there are a buildup of injuries, and it keeps getting worse. Giancarlo Stanton, where all the Yankee fans were out there saying, he was saying in the offseason, he was going to play 140, 130 games, at least 120. The guy's not going to play more than 80 games this year. At best, he'll probably play 60. That's a problem. And he still has one more year left on his deal. The Yankees have nothing to lean to. And yes, they're both, as far as I'm concerned, their farm system, they've seen Dominguez has turned out to be pretty good. He's looking like he's the Martian that they thought he was. Switch hitting power hitter that can give them some runs and give them some durability. Why did they extend Grissom? Why? What was the point of that? Because he had one good season with the Yankees? It's horrible. You're sitting here today, if you're a Yankee fan, this Bellinger loss is huge. Aaron Boone can't beat around the bush on this. This is a huge loss. Huge for the Yankees. losing Bellinger before the trade deadline, because that means the Yankees are all in, Speedy, at the trade deadline.
Yeah, they're all in. They were all in anyway when it came to the quantity of the bats that they probably would have had to get, because catcher and infielder has been a significant flaw for them offensively production.
But they're not going to have to give up much for the catcher.
No, I know that. I know the catching market is usually thin anyway, because it's a very thin position along with relief pitching as it is. So there's only a select exclusive part. That's why like you said, there's going to be a lot big swings.
They're going to give a double-A player for the catcher from the Twins, Jeffers.
Yeah.
They're not going to have to give up much for Jeffers. Jeffers doesn't want to be there with the Twins. The Twins don't want him there. They want to move him. Jeffers is a good player. He's not an elite player, but he can catch and he can hit. He's a right-handed bat, which the Yankees need desperately.
Yeah, that's the only reason I think that the Yankees should even consider Buxton, because I love Buxton as a player. I think when he's healthy, he's a top 20 player, but I think his injuries are too risky for what the Yankees.
What do you have to give up for Buxton?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you include Jeffers in the deal, like for example, like the Dodgers, when the Dodgers traded for Scherzer and Turner at the same time at the trade deadline,
so if you were Brian Cashman right now and you're spinning the wheel and making the deal, and you want to bring Jeffers in and Buxton, what do you have to do?
You'd probably have to give up not Elmer, I would say, but one of the other pitchers, maybe like Kilby or somebody like that. Chase Hampton, one of those pitchers. You'd likely have to give up Lombard or Dominguez, probably. A combination of the two, I would imagine, and then probably some more. Maybe if you can take on some of the salary, maybe the Twins are interested in Chisholm. Who knows? Maybe they could rebirth him.
So what you're saying right now is the Yankees got to give away their future for one player.
For two players.
No, Jeffers is going to be there for a double-A player. They're not going to have to give up.
No, I'm saying Jeffers and Buxton, if they do collectively.
I got it. But why are they trading all those pieces? They're not trading it for Jeffers. They're trading it for Buxton. Am I right?
Well, yeah. What I'm saying is I think you can actually get away with it like the Dodgers did with Scherzer and Turner with the Nationals. The Dodgers didn't have to give up as much because they ended up getting both of them at the same time. And I was saying Washington was dumb at the time for doing that. And I think the Twins, we've seen them kind of sell short and fall short in that same kind of trap too. Now, I don't think they're trading Buxton, because I think the value is going to be too unknown. And they're because the AL is weak, they're kind of right there too. I don't think they make it, but they're going to think of themselves kind of right there. And they're only going to swing if they get the high thing. And I don't think Cashman's going to do that as much. I'm just saying in terms of the value of the trade, sometimes trading in bulk, you actually end up having to trade less because you're going for a couple quality.
When was the last time Brian Cashman at the trade deadline had a blockbuster trade where he traded multiple players for multiple players? When was the last time you could remember?
For
the Yankees.
For the Yankees.
For the Yankees. Could you remember the last time at the trade deadline where the Yankees made a huge trade for multiple players to be contending?
Yeah, multiple.
I
can't think of.
Here's the answer. I can't remember in the last 10 years when he's done it. He doesn't do that. That's not a Brian Cashman thing. That is not a Yankee thing. So the chances of this happening is null and void. It's not happening. It's not. I'm telling you, I'm being honest with you Yankee fans. Anybody that understands the New York Yankees and the way this Yankee organization is run, Brian Cashman don't do that. He doesn't do that. So where do the Yankees go with this? I can tell you where they should go. I think Arise is a definite, but I don't trade Jazz Chisholm for just Arise.
No.
You have to get something back besides Arise. You need to add, if you look at the Giants, how many catchers they have in their farm system? Do they have a catcher in their farm system that the Yankees like? Do they have somebody right now up in the big leagues that they like as a secondary catcher that the Yankees could use? That would make sense. Bring in, you spin the wheel, make the deal. So if you do go after a Buxton, you don't have to, well, we're giving 2 players for 4 players, 4 young. No, we'll trade you. We'll get Buxton. We'll give you Dominguez or Spencer Jones and a pitching prospect. Elmer or whatever pitching prospect you want. We'll give you 2 for the price of 1. That's what you give you. That's what the Mets did to give up the Mets for a top player, Peralta. Mm-hmm. They gave up 2 prospects, 2 star prospects. They gave up Sprout, and they gave up Williams. And they got themselves an elite pitcher. So for the Yankees to get an elite outfielder, they give up 2 top prospects, Dominguez or Spencer Jones, and a pitcher. They've got 3 pitchers that they can trade involved in that trade. Give up 2 prospects for 1 good player, whoever stays healthy. So that's where I go if I'm the Yankees. I'm not giving away my farm for a rent-a player, because that's the way I look at Buxton. Buxton's under contract. How long is his contract?
Yeah, I think it was 2 years left.
He's got 2 years. You're in control. If you trade Dominguez, you're in control of Dominguez for at least another 4 years. At least another 4 years. And you're in control of whatever pitching prospect the Yankees have for at least 6. How is that fair for the Yankees? Then they have to overpay for Buxton if they want to keep Buxton in 2 years from now. It doesn't make sense. And remember, the strike, that could affect the salary cap. That could affect the Yankees keeping Buxton. That would make sense for the Yankees. So the Yankees got to be very, very careful on trading away prospects, especially when they have prospects coming up where everybody keeps saying some of them could be elite. We didn't think that Cam Schlittler was going to be this good.
Right.
But they've got 2 pitching prospects that everybody keeps talking about could be elite pitchers on this roster in the future.
Yeah, and that's what the other thing that's interesting about the philosophy is, because we saw the Yankees try it last year when they got the quantity in their lineup, but they went for a bunch of these utility guys instead, which didn't work out. You're stuck with Rosario and McMahon on this team that haven't really been hitting and not really fielding great either outside of McMahon.
Move McMahon.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you have a lot of guys that are going to be offensive liabilities. Then we thought at the trade deadline, this infield crop was going to be a lot of guys that are great hitters, but defensive liabilities. Now CJ Abrams, the one I was mentioning a couple of weeks ago, the Nationals are hot right now, so they're probably not going to trade him now unless they get a really good pitcher in return. But the Yankees are not going to trade a really good pitcher in return for a guy that's in Abrams that is an expiring contract.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these other outfielders, Ketel Marte, Arizona's contending now. Like, that was another one I thought the Yankees should have traded for last year. And while the value was lower, and now I don't know if Arizona's going to be the same.
No, they're not moving him.
So you're really dealing your void. Maybe you could try the Giants again with Chapman. That third base could be your best option there. Bullpen, though, like you said, their pitching depth is enough to be able to try to do it, where I wouldn't get too many investments into the bullpen, because you're also getting Clark Schmidt back and possibly in September getting Luis Heel back too. So you might be able to get a little more help in the bullpen too.
Very, very interesting. I think the Yankees should be very, very careful on trading away prospects.
All right, so we're going to move on to a little bit of a debate. Q, come back into the feed. What is the most suffering New York sports fan base? It's obviously not the Yankees. They've won championships, and now it's not the Knicks because they won just recently. So Q, come back in on camera for this one.
It's fine.
You
can pop in whenever he wants, because that's what he likes to do.
All right. Well, we'll start with you. Thank you.
So, which New York team? Lower that a little bit, because that's a little too loud. So, what is the question? Go into the question.
Which New York sports fan base, obviously excluding the Yankees and the Knicks, has suffered the most?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. That's the Jets. It's not even an argument. It's the New York Jets. And there's a lot of reasons why. And Speedy, if you can't play the music, don't worry about the music. I will say this. You've watched the New York Jets year in and year out suffer with the players, the GMs, the organization as a whole, ownership. We saw Leon Hess. Some of these kids has never seen even understands the New York Jets when Leon Hess was there. Now you have a Woody Johnson, you have Chris Johnson, an organization that does not know how to control some of the players that they've had on their roster. They couldn't control Keyshawn Johnson, when he was there, and calling Wayne Corbett a flashlight. This is just an organization that's made tremendous amount of mistakes. Even drafting. They had a chance to get Warren Sapp. And who did they draft? Kyle Brady. I mean, the organization has been stupid year in and year out, made so many mistakes. They bring in the wrong GM. They bring in the wrong coach. They've done it. And again, going back to what the Jets have done in the time that I started becoming a Jet fan in the 80s. They drafted Brownie Nagel in the second round in the early 90s. Brownie Nagel had 1 or 2 really good games, or I think it was like a 4 or 5 games, how many games it was, and then he completely fell off, and the Jets were making excuses about Brownie Nagel. They have had so many problems with the quarterback position. They have not found a quarterback for Joe Namath. They've been searching. They draft a guy in Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl with another team last year. He jumped teams, a couple of teams, because the Jets didn't give him players. They didn't give him wide receivers. Jamal Adams went all over social media attacking the organization because they should have done the right thing by Sam Darnold, giving him weapons. Look at what Geno Smith has this year. They have Cooper. They have Sadiq. They have Breece Hall, who they extended. They have all these guys. Mason Taylor. They've added pieces. They've given him an offensive line. If Sam Darnold had this, maybe Sam Darnold's still here. Maybe Sam Darnold and the Jets go to the Super Bowl in the last year or so. Who knows? But again, the Jets organization and the fan base They're the most dedicated fan base, I think, in all of sports. If you think about it, the Jets haven't won since 1969. And the fans are still crazy. They're still selling out stadiums, and they're still going. They have some of the biggest podcasting in all of sports right now. They have 3 podcasts, football podcasts, that are in the top 250 right now in football podcasts on Spotify and Apple. Think about that. They have 3, and the Jets stink. The Jets haven't won anything. The Jets haven't been in the playoffs in 16 years since Rex Ryan. Think about that. And I think the Jet fans have been the most punishing fans in professional sports, not just in New York, professional sports. They've been praying for a quarterback. Praying. Let's go back. Let's look. Sam Darnold, Zach
Wilson.
I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to go through the quarterbacks in my mind off the dome, because I wasn't even thinking about this take, because I didn't even see it in the group of stuff that we were going to talk about this. The Jets have looked for quarterback after quarterback after quarterback. Geno Smith was a second-round draft pick. They gave up on him. He goes to the Giants, stuck at the Giants. Then he finally goes to Seattle, found his place, and became a half-decent quarterback, was an MVP candidate, top 7 MVP candidate. I mean, the Jets have made mistake after mistake after mistake, and I feel bad for the fans. I feel bad as a Jet fan. We have Jet fans right now sitting as interns. To me, it's just hilarious to find out or figure out, when is it going to be enough? When is the Jets going to figure it out where they have put the right player or players in hand and in position where they can win a championship?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it that because you didn't see in the notes that Speedy posted this subject, that you just went off the cuff, and that was the worst take ever in regards to the Jets. Listen, Buffalo Bills is the worst misery for that fan base in New York State. Here's why. Even the interns agree with me. They kind of jumped ahead of me, but to not even have one championship, you don't have one championship. So to not even have a championship, go to conference title after conference title and come up short all the time, you don't have nothing to hang your hat on. Listen, I get it. We've been suffering these past 10, 15 years as a Jets fan or whatever. But in the actuality, we get to hang our hat on that, hey, we do at least got one title. We did at some point in the history of the NFL, the New York Jets represented the NFL as a title-winning champion NFL team, Super Bowl winning team. So when you go to the Bills, what do they have? They have 0. They've had all-star after all-star. They have Pro Bowlers after Pro Bowlers. They constantly run deep runs into the playoffs just to come up short each and every single time, okay? So I don't even know if it's just misery. They might be even cursed to the point where they never win a championship. When you look at the roster this year, do you think they're going to win it this year? Nope. Do you think they're going to win it next year? We passed. We're past, regardless of what is the question, who has it the worst, okay? So that's overall, not currently, okay? So with that being said, with Josh Allen coming on the back end of his prime, and they still have yet to win an NFL Super Bowl championship, they are the worst and miserable fan base in the state of New York. Everybody else is represented from hockey to baseball to as bad as my Mets is. They got to the Yankees to baseball to hockey. These are the only people in the state of New York who don't have a championship. They are the worst.
All right, so I'm going to tell you that the Jet fans are more miserable because the Jets fans have not been in the playoffs in 16 years. And if you look at the Buffalo Bills, they're consistent. They get into the playoffs every single year. They've been to the AFC Championship. They've been there before, and they've been to back-to-back Super Bowls. Yes, they didn't win. We weren't even alive to see the Jets win in 1969. Now, what are you talking about?
So who cares? The goal is to win. You don't go up there to not win.
What are you doing? You're right. The Jets never win. The Jets have the worst record.
We won one. We won in 69. You just said
you weren't alive to see it. Nobody was. Nobody was.
Guess what? Nobody has been alive to see the Buffalo Bills win.
Talking about the Buffalo
Nobody has been alive to see the Buffalo Bills win.
Here in New York. What are you talking about?
They haven't won one.
I think
so. There's nobody alive. There's nobody. There's no Buffalo Bill fan in the history of Buffalo Bills that say they have ever seen or witnessed a championship.
I disagree with you.
Of course.
There's so many reasons why the New York Jets are the absolutely number one. And Buffalo Sabres are right there with them because they haven't won nothing either. But I'm going to say this. The Buffalo Bills have been the most consistent out of all these New York teams. You could say whatever you want. Oh, they've never won. Yeah, so what? We have not seen the Jets win since 1960.
But do they have one?
Kids, it doesn't matter.
It does.
Talking about the fan base, at least the fan base gets to see them going into playoffs and compete every year in the playoffs. The Jet fans?
To lose.
Years.
I would rather not go to the playoffs than to go to the playoffs to lose every single year. And I can't even say, well, at least in history, we won one, or we won two, or we won this year. You can't say that. All you can say is, hey, we won this title. We had this player. But do you got a championship? No. We don't have a championship. Why you don't got a championship?
You've been the best team. There are a lot of teams who don't have championships. They're consistent. Here's the
Yankees got one, Mets got one, Giants got one, Rangers got one, Islanders got one.
The Jets, what are you talking about? The Jets, the Islanders haven't won a championship since the 80s. Okay?
You keep talking about the range. We're talking about, do you have a championship?
These kids were never. All right, here's what I'm going to tell you. The new age of kids have watched the Jets organization.
They're not the only fan base.
What are you talking about? Yes, we're talking about the
Jets.
New
age is not the only fan base.
I am telling you right now, if you look at both Buffalo and the Jets have been absolutely awash to what the Buffalo Bills have done for the NFL. The Buffalo Bills, to me, have done more consistent winning than any team in New York. You look at right now the New York Jets, their record in the last 16 years is 96 and 165, which to me is probably the worst, if not the worst. Them and the Giants are the worst record in all of football in the last 16 years. Go look at Buffalo's record in the last 16 years. Go look at how many playoffs.
They don't have a championship.
It doesn't matter.
All the records in the world. You get regular season kings.
The Jets haven't won anything since 1969.
They got one.
Good,
one is more than zero.
That's fine.
One is mad at zero. So at the end of the day,
the Buffalo Bills fans have a better chance of winning a championship than the
chance. They don't. They got a better chance of tying us with one championship than to sit here and act like they do this franchise.
1969 that they have, because they have a championship. Their fan base is in a better situation. That's
win. Yes.
That is bull.
The goal is to win the game. Okay.
Don't listen to this. This is absolute ridiculous.
Goal is to win, not to make it deep in the playoffs, not to win a conference, win a Super Bowl. If you never win a Super Bowl, you can't say that you're a winning franchise. You can't say you have the best fan base because you make it in the playoffs every year. Cool. Congratulations. Nobody puts up on the board at the beginning of the year and say, hey, I want to be in the playoffs. No, the goal is one goal, championship. That's what you fight for, not to get into the playoffs. Championship.
And listen, the Jets have not even made the playoffs in 16 years.
They have a championship.
They have a championship you never saw, and you can sneak up. Yeah, it does matter.
It doesn't matter. I'm not the only fan.
What was the question? What was the question?
Most suffering New York sports fan base.
Thank you.
Suffering.
Not today, not tomorrow, in over entirety.
Suffering. The Buffalo Bills win every year. They're suffering.
Win what?
What are you talking
What do they win?
Playoffs every year.
What did they win?
They make the playoffs every year.
What did they win? What did they win?
They win the division every
empty calories.
The Jets stink. The Jets stink. You can see
empty calories.
Excuse me. It's the New York Jets. Anybody that understands
for you,
what the Jets,
my pick is the Buffalo Bills.
Everybody. If you put I'll tell you this. Go blow the post up right now, and you put those teams. I will put money on it. It's the Buffalo Bills are not the team.
You don't have it. I'm putting facts. I don't want to talk about feelings. I want to put facts. The fact of the matter is the New York Jets have a championship that they can go back and see in the trophy room. When you go to the Buffalo Bills facility, there's 0 championships there. No Lombardi. No replica, no actual trophy. There's no Lombardi there, okay? So you're not winning nothing if you don't ever win the Lombardi.
Them win it. What does that mean if you've never seen them win it?
I am not the only fan of a Jets. There's more fans of a Jets. There's older fans of Jets. It doesn't matter about me. That's the problem. You got to stop thinking about yourself.
Yes, it is.
All right? It's other fans out there.
You go to Jet fans. Jet fans will probably say Jet fans.
What?
Absolutely. Jet fans will probably say Jet fans.
You 100%. Don't know that. That's you. You're the only Jet fan I know that would say that.
I want to put a poll up because I'm going to tell you.
On it right now.
You put a poll up right now. I will bet you that by the time this poll is over, they're going to say Jet fans. They're going to say Jet fans or Buffalo Sabre fans.
Okay.
Buffalo
We're
Sabres.
talking about the
They won a
facts.
I don't even think they won a championship. It would be the Buffalo Sabres. It would be the Buffalo Sabres. But I am telling you right now, it is the New York Jets. They have won nothing. They've gone nowhere. 16 years of
1969.
garbage. They've been a stupid organization. At least the Buffalo Bills win.
Would they
And that's what
win?
I'm saying.
What they win?
Dude, how many
Hanging conference titles? We don't hang conference titles in the NFL.
Really?
You either win the Lombardi or you lost. There's no
Right, Q, unless you're the
moral
Colts, and you hang up an
victories.
AFC finalist banner from 2015.
Right. Like, what are we talking about here?
Right.
There's
We
more
can count
victories.
how many years the Jets don't win more than 5 games. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's
can
do
do
that.
that.
Let's count how many times
They
the
got a
Jets are
Lombardi.
in the top 10.
They
They
got
have
a Lombardi.
That's great. They have a Lombardi.
They got a
They have
Lombardi.
a Lombardi in 1969 that nobody saw. Nobody
Yeah,
saw.
you didn't see it, but don't really say nobody
going
saw
out
it.
and saying that it's
Don't say
pain.
nobody saw it.
It's pain. You're gonna
The
sit here and
quarterback's
tell
still
me-
alive, ain't he?
Oh please, yeah. He's,
Oh,
yeah, he's almost alive.
somebody saw
And
it.
Everybody says he's jinxed the organization because
Of course.
he made
Now,
a pact to the devil.
I thought you
When
didn't
he
listen to
knows the
people.
Jets will actually win. So
No, Earl, listen to people so much.
I'm going to tell you this: the Buffalo Bills have a better chance to win than New York Jets.
Always do. They always got a better chance. They never win.
Yeah.
That's the difference between my argument and your argument.
No,
You got better chances. I'm talking about people who actually
Your
won
argument
it.
is completely wrong because
I know,
nobody really
because
sees
you don't understand it.
Yes, I do.
That's all you got to say. Is I don't
What do you
understand
mean I
that
don't
argument.
understand? I understand what you're saying. It's a
Somebody can
stupid
win the
take. It's a
championship,
stupid take.
and somebody who
It's a
has
stupid take.
an opportunity
The Jets
that you can't
have
defend
been
it,
an absolute terrifying team to watch.
but
when the Buffalo
have
team
actually
is
won.
always good. But you're talking about fan bases that are terrorized over the last 25,
Correct.
30,
So
40
you think
years.
it's worse
It's
to
Jet fans.
no. So you think it's worse to not make the playoffs versus somebody who make it to the AFC title game and lose,
100%.
and make it to the championship and lose.
100%.
Yeah, that's the
100%.
difference.
100%.
Because you're a more
I'd
victory
rather
guy
see I'd rather see my team make the playoffs every single year than
and lose
get into the
and
playoffs
lose
and keep drafting
and
quarterback
lose
after quarterback
and
after
lose.
quarterback and losing.
And you have a quarterback and lose and lose and lose.
Yeah.
So it's not just about
At
the
least
quarterback.
they compete. At least they compete.
Compete to do what? What are you competing for?
Compete.
You not winning. You haven't won.
That's fine. That's your opinion. But guess
No, that's
what?
a fact.
Yeah, no.
Pull up the
fact
Buffalo
is- the
Bills
fact-
championship.
They
Pull
have
it
not-
up.
I don't care. That's
You
not what I'm
do.
saying.
That's the problem.
No, I don't. I'm telling
Yeah.
you that to me, watching when we're looking at who is the most suffering New York fan base debate, and that's what we're doing. It is the Jet fan. It's the Jet fan every year. We're going to get a top draft pick. We're going to get a quarterback. We suck. We suck. We
Hey,
suck.
We've had some runs. It's okay,
Runs? We
but
mean,
we've had
when?
we've had
When run?
a
When was
we've
the last
had
one the Jets had?
well, it was the AFC
Give me a
championship
run.
10 years ago,
What
11
was
years
it?
ago,
What was
with
that?
Marcel
Oh,
Chance and the boys.
16 years ago?
Oh yes,
16 years
okay,
ago?
16 years ago.
Oh, yeah, let's go. That
All
was
right, what about it?
2000.
What about it?
2000.
Okay, well, was we there?
What do you
All
mean?
right, okay. You asked for a run, and I gave you a run.
Now I
Did
can
we
tell-
not make it?
the
Okay,
Buffalo-
because guess what? Guess what? Based off your logic, the AFC East champion, the championship, AFC championship game is a win. Correct? Yeah, it's a win. Right? We're not playing for the championship.
You're not
We're not playing for the
understanding
championship no
game.
more.
Who is the most?
You just said that Josh Allen making the title game is
Yes.
is just as good
It's the
as not making the
Jets.
playoffs. Now, when we go to the Jets and making the AFC title game, you don't want to count that.
Dude,
You don't want to count that at all.
Dude, I could tell you a lot of great teams that never won a championship. Never won a championship because they have.
They're not a great team then.
No, that's wrong. You're wrong.
Can't be a great team, never win.
That's bullshit. That's
That's
bullshit.
that's the reality of it.
Oh, that's bullshit.
In order to be great, you have to win.
Oh, so
you can
you're
say
gonna
good team.
So you're going to tell me no great teams. The
No
Rays
great
are not.
team.
They're not a great,
Great
team.
team
They're not
win.
a great team year in and year out. Usually,
Great teams
You're gonna tell
win.
me they're not a great team.
Who?
They never won. The Devil Rays, the Rays, the Tampa Bay Rays. You're going to tell me they're not a good team?
Yeah, it's beyond.
You don't
my
know
knowledge.
baseball. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you they are, and they never won.
Well,
They're
if they
good
never
team.
won, they're not a great team. I can tell you that
Oh,
much. I
great
might not
team.
know them.
You're talking about
but they don't
elite
know that.
teams. You're talking about elite teams. I'm talking about great teams.
Right.
You're talking about elite. How many
Sure.
teams? Let me ask you a question, Big Mouth. So,
Yeah.
how many teams in the last 20 years have won Super Bowls?
Who?
How many teams in the NFL in the last 20 years have won Super Bowls?
Look it up. I don't know.
I'm going to tell you
You
this.
got
I'm
like
more than 10.
Patriots with 6
I'm
or
more than
7.
10.
Then you got
I'm more than 10 teams.
Tampa
I'm more than 10
Bay,
teams.
Seattle. He's got Kansas City got 3. Baltimore
I'm more than
Ravens
10
got
teams.
1 or 2 out of that. Yeah.
Chiefs and Eagles were half of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eagles got a couple of them. Yeah, so all right. So about 6 or 7. What's the point?
I just told you.
Those are great teams.
20 teams. In 20 years, only 7 or 8 teams have won a championship. And
Yeah.
there's no great teams? Get out of here. That's
Yeah, those are great teams. You win.
No, great teams. That's elite teams. Those are elite
What?
teams. Elite.
Elite is not greater than
The
great.
best of the best. Great is not best. Great
Who?
is good. It's horrible. All right, let's go.
That's what I'm saying, because you just throwing out stuff. Now, elite is better than great.
This is a terrible take from this guy over here.
I know it's always a terrible take when you can't defend it. You just said elite is better than great.
Sell it. Sell it. It is the Jets. Goodbye. All right, let's go to a break.
Good job, Buffalo. They did it.
DJ, I want you to turn it up. What's up, y'all? This is Tupac. Yo, what's up? This is Dr. Dre. Big Snoop Dogg is in your radio.
This is the Rez Minute.
It's New York's finest. DJ Ren. Aaron up to the
We're back. Hello? You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, this is the New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks, and my co-host, he calls himself the Distinguished Gentleman. I don't know about that, but I guess he's somewhat of a gentleman. I wouldn't say a great gentleman, but a big pain in the butt tonight, Mr. Quentin Coples and Speedy Petey, executive producer. It's been crazy. And I will say this for all the fans out there. I hope everybody's enjoying the show. I am sweating my butt off. This t-shirt is stuck on my body. That's how sweaty I am right now. And I told Speedy before the show, I don't know how I get through a 4-hour show with my air conditioning down right now. And I'm doing it. I don't know how I'm doing it. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speedy, give your top 3 out of all the teams.
So I would agree with you. I would go New York Jets number 1,
okay,
for sure. Number 2 for me is the New York Rangers because they've only won once in the modern era. Their 3 titles were in the original 6
But it's
era.
still 94.
Yeah, I get it, but I think they've also had their combination of like poorly run and also like similar kind of heartbreak. And I would say
The Islanders haven't won since
the Islanders haven't won since '83, but they've won 4 times. I think there's a little bit of a precedence there. And the Islanders and the Rangers probably over the last like 10 years have been about the same. So I think I would put them a little lower. And then number 3, I would say is the Mets. They always have the best teams on paper that never do anything.
I still think the Mets in the 2016 and that run, they still made runs. I disagree.
But their low's been really low, though, too.
I would
2007 was really bad. Last year was obviously really bad, and this year is maybe the worst ever.
I would go the Jets definitely won. Buffalo Sabres number 2. And out of I would say the Giants won. I wouldn't say the Giants because they've won. I guess I'll go the Islanders because the Islanders haven't won since 1983. It's been a long time since the Islanders have won something. So it's been over 40 years. It's been decade after decade after decade of losing, not making it. When was the last time the Islanders went to a Stanley Cup Finals?
Yeah, I guess it was the last year they won.
It was in the 80s.
They've been stuck.
It's in the 80s. It's been a long time.
Yeah, they've been stuck similar. Like there's a lot of teams.
84.
There's a lot of teams that were like even Carolina before they won this year, stuck in the conference finals forever. Now you're seeing with Dallas, you're seeing with the Rangers. Yeah.
So I'd go Jets, the Buffalo Sabres, and then the New York Islanders. Those would be my 3. And again, you can argue whatever you want. You all have your own opinion, and that's
Let me get my 3.
Let's hear your 3.
Buffalo Bills, Sabres, and I'm gonna go with Mets.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with those 3. And also, there has been 10 teams who won a championship in the last decade. But 20 years. But hey.
Oh, 20. Well, yeah, 20 years is a different sample than 10.
I'm saying that there are great teams in the NFL. There are great teams every single year that don't win. So it's to me, what I'm trying to say is there's always elite. There's elite teams, and then there are great teams, and then there are good teams, and there are really bad teams. So I think there's a trend. I go like the 4 Ps. I go elite, great, good, bad. And that's it. And I know what the bad teams are. And the Jets are one of them. There's no argument to that. The Giants have been one of them for the last couple of years.
I would say the Browns take the cake.
Browns too.
They're definitely the worst.
I mean, if
Raiders,
the Vikings,
the Raiders are too. Yeah.
The Vikings have been bad.
The Vikings fit what Q was describing, like kind of
Miami,
the opposite of that. Like the Vikings actually are of a top 10 win percentage of all time.
Raiders,
they just can't finish.
The Raiders,
right.
Raiders are worse for the 21st century. Yeah,
I mean they're a bad team. Arizona,
yeah. Oh, definitely Arizona. Yeah.
I mean there are bad teams in the NFL, and then there are great teams that just can't get over the hump. So
Vikings fit that mold.
Yeah, there are the Lions. They're a great team.
Yeah.
You know,
East
I mean, the Lions were bad though for a while though.
yeah, but I'm just saying.
Now they're
over the
good,
last
Right.
5
Yes.
years, they've been great. So and they're building a trend now because they have Dan Campbell there. So I'm looking at teams and I'm bouncing around. I'm looking at the Jets, and the Jets have been so bad for 16 years, and it's been a joke. Do you know that in the last 16 years, if you look at the Jets coaches, and if you look at, how about this? If you look at the top 10 worst coaches in the NFL history, I bet you the Jets have at least 4 of them on the top 10. At least 4 of them. So, and I bet you there's not many Buffalo Bills coaches on that list.
No, because the Bills for a while were always like consistently mediocre. They were never like god awful. They had like one really bad year, like with the year they drafted Marcel Harris, I think it was.
Practice? Remember that? He
4th
was in-
overall. Well, one team that's not mediocre, one team that's won some championships, is the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll get to them now, as Patrick Mahomes is cleared to return just 8 months removed after his torn ACL back in November. He got clearance from Dr. Dan Cooper to participate with no restrictions. Mahomes shattered the 9 to 12 month ACL and LCL recovery timeline, which he tore during week 15 against the Chargers. Mahomes' decision was to undergo construction just one day after suffering the injury, jumping on the gun right away and allowing him to clear back. The Chiefs also did not place Mahomes on the PUP list, and he has full involvement in 11-on-11 drills. Andy Reid said Mahomes also has no physical limitations. They're still going to be somewhat cautious with him to make sure it doesn't get worse, so he can be ready for week 1, where they face a very tough Denver Broncos defense.
And they're in a hard division. They are. They're in a really, really hard division this year. And I think the Raiders will be good. I think a lot of people look at the Raiders and are like, oh, this team's going to be bad. They're 3-14. They have their top defensive player back after that debacle of the Ravens and what the Ravens did. They added Mendoza. They added a new coach and an offensive mind there that I think is going to really help out. I don't think they're an elite team, but they're going to win more than 3 games this year. I think they're going to put a roster together, and I think they're going to be a lot better than people and make them out to be. The Chiefs, to me, in this division, they're the 3rd best team in this division. The Chargers, who won 11 games last year, they had a Justin Herbert that had a broken finger, still played. They had no offensive line. They had lost Slater early in the season. Actually, he didn't even play in the season. I think he got hurt in the preseason. They lost Alt, who's a star. They have a stud. Johnson, they lost to last year. They've got a tremendous offensive line. I think they're going to be really, really good this year. Their running game, they lost their star running back early in the season. Actually, they lost their top 2 running backs early in the season as far as the Chargers are concerned. And still, they had a fourth guy that they brought up the pup. I don't even know where they got him. And he actually played half decent. So I think the Chargers are going to be really, really good. Mike McDaniel is there. They added some wide receiving help in the offseason. I expect this team to be very, very explosive offensively and even better defensively this year, which they were one of the better defenses, especially secondaries in all of football. They have one of the best safeties in football as well. The Broncos, are going to be really good. They're going to be they were 14-3 last year. 14-3, and they didn't really have a number 1 wide receiver. Now they added Waddle to this team. Cortland Sutton's still there. And they have a great running game. They have a great offensive line, arguably the best offensive line in football. They have a defense. You can argue the top 3 defense in all of football. They're loaded. Now, it's all about Bo Nix coming back from that injury. Is he an elite quarterback? He doesn't even have to be elite. All he has to be is, I would say, I wouldn't say Brad Johnson, but he's better than Brad Johnson. But he just needs to be a competent quarterback, and you can win. A John Harbaugh, you can win with him. And I think Bo Nix has the ability to do that. And I think Sean Payton is one of the best offensive mind. Here's the reason why: if Patrick Mahomes is 100% healthy and Andy Reid has the same go-to thing, mindset of winning a championship, why they can be dangerous. Patrick Mahomes, he doesn't need star wide receivers. He just needs competent guys that can catch the ball. Travis Kelce is still a good player. Is he an elite tight end? He's not an elite anymore, but he's still going to give you 5 touchdowns, maybe 7 touchdowns. He's going to give you 800 yards. He's going to be competent. He's a Hall of Famer. So they're going to have that. They have Rice there. Now, whatever happens with him, because he's an idiot and he's a joke and he causes himself more trouble and more mischief than anybody I've seen in the last 3 years. He's been really, really bad. But you have an elite wide receiver that can catch the ball. So if Patrick Mahomes is 100% healthy, their offensive line played half decent last year. I think that Patrick Mahomes ran for dear life last year because after the right side, they lost, I think, their guard last year. They had to shift the offensive line, and when they shifted it, they were not the same offensive line they were in the first 3 or 4 games of the season. So Patrick Mahomes is healthy, and this defense could be with Spags could be elite. We could be talking about a team that could make the playoffs, but they lost McDuffie. They added I understand they added a corner, a young elite corner. Well, let's see if he's going to be elite from LSU. We'll see how good he is this year. But you lost McDuffie, who is an elite corner who went to the Rams. So I don't know, but you still have Patrick Mahomes. And when you have Patrick Mahomes on a football field, you'd have to be scared of the Kansas City Chiefs. But I don't know how healthy his knee is. I don't know how good he's going to be out of the pocket, how he's going to be able to move inside and out of the pocket and make those throws. So we'll have to see during the season, early in the season. But I still think that if it's Patrick Mahomes, even 90%, they can still make the playoffs.
Yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs, I can see them winning that division. I know that's hard for you to believe, but it goes to your last point with when Patrick Mahomes is even 50% healthy, 60% healthy, this guy is the it factor. This guy is the guy that's going to make the difference of the game. This guy is someone that people are afraid of when they get on that field. So we've seen him play on half a leg, one leg. We've seen him throw, nothing that impacts his arm. If nothing don't impact his arm, then he's going to be successful in this season. So I think that they're going to come out of their conference. I do. I don't think that the Chargers and the Broncos are going to be able to repeat what they had last year. And so with Worthy over there, they just added Kenneth Walker, which is a MVP of the Super Bowl this past year. That's going to be a game changer. With him having an established running game, and they love to run the zone. And Andy Reid himself, as an offensive mind and genius, one of the gurus that we've seen in this day and time, probably going to be top 2, top 3 coaches when it's said and done. But with that combination, count these guys as a contender overall. I know they have some issues with Rice off the field and whatnot, but we'll see how that plays out. But even so, they got guys that can play into this system and actually be effective. And again, as long as you got a Patrick Mahomes behind the center, man, you got a chance to win a championship.
Just so you know, he went down in week 15. So he played practically the whole season last year, and they didn't have a chance. They didn't have a chance last year. And that roster, you could say they brought in Kenneth Walker. He's a great player. I remember when he was drafted. That's fine. They've always had good running games. They're still not winning. They're not better. They're not better than the Broncos. Nowhere close. The Broncos are much better than they were last year and didn't lose anybody in the offseason. They gained a wide receiver. So the Broncos are much better, and the Chargers are much better. And they won 11 games last year too. The Broncos 14. They won 6 games last year, and they pretty much brought practically the same team, but a running back. So if that's what you think is going to help them win, good luck. They lost their star corner. They're bringing in a rookie corner. He's not going to be a number 1 guy early in the season. So they're going to have to trust that he is going to be able to play at a high level, because if he's not, good freaking luck to Kansas City against some of these teams that you have to play twice in this division. You got to play the Chargers, who have 2 wide receivers. You got to play the Broncos, who have 2 wide receivers. Even the Raiders have 2 wide receivers. Good luck. The Chargers.
We're bumping for the Raiders.
I will tell you this right now. The Chargers, there's no way the Chiefs are winning this division. No way.
Okay.
No way. I will be shocked if the Chiefs win 9 games this year. Shocked. I would be like, Andy Reid, you're a
Why
genius.
not 5? You said they were 6 last year.
No, I think they'll win. It's their schedule. It's the way the schedule is set. Their schedule, there are easy teams in their schedule, and they should beat those teams. But
so they lose 4. They lose 4 to Chargers and Broncos.
I
And,
think they're going to lose 1
so
against the
6.
Raiders. I think they're going to lose 1 against the Raiders.
Oh, just 1. Okay.
I think they're going to lose 1 against the Raiders.
What gives you the confidence that the Raiders are a good team?
I didn't say they're good. I just think the Raiders could beat them once. I think the Raiders didn't they beat them once last year?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay. So, all right.
Chargers beat them once, I believe.
Yeah. I know the Broncos beat them both times.
Yeah,
so
Okay, but the Chargers only beat them once. So
that's fine. And the Chargers had a very unhealthy Justin Herbert all season with a broken thumb. He had something wrong with his toe. He was playing hurt all season long. And I get it. And he had no offensive line. You can laugh all you want.
I'm just saying, you made excuses for Justin Herbert, but did just cloud Patrick Mahomes for winning 6 games. Okay.
You won 60. Yes, because you lost your 2 best tackles. And I'm going to tell you this right now, with Mike McDaniel there, they're going to be a completely different offense over there with the Chargers. I am telling you, they're going to be so explosive. Mike McDaniels will have a job after this season. Easy. There are going to be teams lining up for him at the end of this season.
As a coordinator?
No, as a coach. I'll tell you this: if Aaron Glenn gets fired at the end of the season, don't be surprised if Mike McDaniel.
They would not go that way. I can tell you that right now.
I remember you said
Aaron Glenn to Mike Daniels. Aaron Glenn to Mike Daniels.
They need an offensive-minded coach if they're bringing in an offensive quarterback. Yes, and he is one of the best offensive minds in the NFL. He's one of the best. What do you mean? He's a good coach. He has a winning record.
What happened in Miami?
He went to 2 playoff runs. 2 playoff runs, and he has a winning record.
Playoff runs?
2 playoff runs, and he has a winning record. Yes, go look at his record.
Okay.
Go look at his record. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, right. 2 playoffs runs.
All right. Speaking of playoff runs, let's move on to this little debate that we're going to have here. Kind of like a more of a panel type thing. We're going to go to these 5 teams that were recommended as potential frauds. This is according to some research that we've done. Being you guys had a heated debate on this team before, we'll start with this team, the Buffalo Bills.
What, you want us to debate them?
Yes. Do you think they are one of the biggest frauds in the NFL? No. Or are they still one of the best teams?
No, they're still one of the best teams. They're not a fraud.
Biggest fraud for me.
It's horrible. It's
Not ever winning, just constantly competing year in and year out. Never get over the edge.
Competing is
Wasted
winning.
Josh Allen's prime.
Competing is winning.
Wasted Josh Allen's prime.
What are you arguing here? They're winning. It doesn't matter. No, I just said it. Even when we came back from break, how many teams win Super Bowls every single year? There's only one team that wins a Super Bowl.
Went over that. You said was it 10 in the last 20 years, and it was 10.
That's fine. How many teams? Like 13 or 14. Oh, there's no 14. There's definitely no 14 different
Okay, Speedy, pull the list up.
20 years?
No way. No way. No way.
You got Denver Broncos, New Orleans Saints. You got Giants. You got New England. You have LA Rams. You have Philadelphia Eagles. You have, let me fill it up.
Seattle.
Yeah. Seattle.
Chiefs.
You have Chiefs.
Bucks.
You
said Rams.
Yep.
You said Rams. He said a Rams already.
Yep.
So that's 9. So what else?
Green Bay, Baltimore. Let's see here.
That's it.
Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh won.
Yes, Steelers.
Thank you. All right. Indianapolis Colts. 1-1.
Not 20 years, is it? I don't know if that's
20 years.
That's outside the
20
realm
years.
now.
That's after 20. That's the 20
06,
years.
07.
06, 07. It's just 2026.
In that cluster.
So what do you mean? That's not in 20 years. This year's 2026.
7. This is 20.
6 plus 20 is 2026.
Wouldn't this be year 21 then?
Who?
Q, how many teams have won in the last 10 years? How about that?
I answered your question with the last 20 years. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it right.
How many teams have won in the last year? How many?
Let's see here. Man. Last 10 years?
Last 10 years.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 teams have won in the last 10 years. Great.
Yeah.
Great.
So 50%.
So to me, when I'm looking at the league, there are great teams, but there's 5 elite teams in the last 10 years. Really elite teams. When we talk about the Chiefs, the Raiders.
What define elite? Because I don't understand. I thought great was the best you could do, the greatest of all time. I thought great was the standard. What is elite?
Elite are teams that are in it every single year in the AFC NFC title game, almost every single year. That's
it?
Yeah, that's elite.
So that's better than a great team actually winning the championship.
I will tell you this. The Buffalo Bills are probably the losing elite team out of all of them because they're the team that goes as far as they go every single year, but they can't get over the hump.
Them or the 49ers probably,
Yeah, them and the 49ers. Yeah. Them and the 49ers. Them in the AFC and them in the AFC. Go ahead, Speedy.
All right, let's go to another AFC team. I know you were saying good things about them last show, Errol. The Cincinnati Bengals.
Are they frauds?
Are they frauds this year, or are they a good bounce back candidate?
Oh, frauds this year.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're going to be a bounce back candidate. I think they're going to be really, really good this year. I like Joe Burrow if he can stay healthy. Remember, it's every other year, and we're going into that next year. He's been comeback player of the year. When he came back 2 years ago, he was the best quarterback in the NFL. He had every single statistic. He should have been the MVP. But I think Joe Burrow has the weapons. Higgins is special. Jamar Chase is special. They have a running game in Brown. Their offensive line is a little bit better, but their defense is going to be very explosive. That was their weakness last year, adding Dexter Lawrence and two of the other defensive linemen that they had. And they had some secondary help too. I do not believe they're going to be a fraud this year. I think they're going to absolutely win their division. I think they're better than the Steelers. I think they're better than the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens have a rookie coach. The Steelers have a new coach over there. I like McCarthy, but my question is Aaron Rodgers ready to make that run again this year? I don't think, especially with all the stupid things that have come out of his mouth over the last couple of weeks. I'm gonna go Bengals absolutely in that division. So I do not believe they're a fraud.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win the division. I think Baltimore's still at the top of that division, even though I'm a Steelers fan. But Frost, for me, to me, it's all about whether you win a championship or not. Because at the end of the day, we can pick 10 to 12 teams each year to say, oh, yeah, these are playoff contenders. Are they built to win the championship? Now, do they have the roster to win a championship? Sure, they do. But what do we know about the Cincinnati Bengals? They're not going to get over the edge. It's just like we did when we covered the Buffalo Bills. These are guys that are good teams. There's a good times. I didn't interrupt. There's a good times. It was in the Super Bowl. Sure. Did you win? They never win. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I don't care if it's a play, if it's a half a second. You either win or you don't. You play to win the game. Stop doing all these more victories. Like, oh, you had a deep playoff run. Congratulations. Biggest frauds, all right? Frauds mean that when at the beginning of the season, I pick you to be one of those championship contender teams and you never win. Okay. That's what fraud means. That means I'm giving you more credit than you actually able to produce. You can't win the game. They can't win the game. They have to stand on it. Till they prove us different, they are just front runners, just like the Buffalo Bills. Okay. You go deep in the playoffs, you make the playoffs, you make everybody believe that you could do it, and you fall short on your face every single time. Whether you make the championship game or you don't make the championship game. That are
supposed to be good, and they completely fall off every single year. And they're not going to be a fraud. So I completely disagree with you.
All right, let's go to the NFC now. We'll go to the Detroit Lions. Fraud or bounce back candidates?
Oh, I think they're a bounce back candidate. Here's the thing: the NFC is so wide open. I obviously we talk about the Rams division. You got Seattle, the Rams. You got San Francisco. You got Tampa that I think is going to have a bounce back year. But also Atlanta's going to be good with a new coach. I think the different understandings of where they are with Ryan there and the defense that they have and the offensive abilities that they have, they're going to be explosive offensively this year. So I think, and Bijan Robinson's going to be great. So I think Atlanta will maybe wins that division too. So I think it's Atlanta or the Bucks, and then that's the North. You have the Lions, you have the Browns, you have the Packers, you got the Vikings. I mean, you're talking about arguably the most depth in the division. So I think the Lions can have a bounce back year. They also lost their two coaches in the offseason last year. I think now you have two coaches coming back. I think Dan Campbell's a great coach. I think they have a tremendous amount of weapons. Can they make the playoffs? Yes. Will they win the division? I don't know. I don't know. That's probably the hardest division to compete in. So I don't know. I wouldn't argue yes or no with them, but they're not frauds.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with frauds on them too. I think that championship window was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. That was their championship window for them to actually win and compete. I think the gig is up. I think people know their style. They know their aggressive. Dan Campbell aggressive in regards to fourth down and how he plays the fourth down role. And they don't picked up the schemes. They also don't lost too many assistant coaches, so there's not really a lot of continuity within the coaches. And then when schemes keep changing left and right, that's not a good sign of stability within the team. So I'm going to go Fries. Talent wise, yes, got the talent, but don't see them competing to win a championship.
All right, we'll finish it off with the San Francisco 40. Oh, there's a second to last one. San Francisco 49ers will go to next.
They're frauds. They're absolute frauds. They're not winning anything. They're not winning no championship. Kyle Shanahan might be out a significant portion of the season. They're saying he could miss the whole season with the concussion problem that he had, the accident that he was in. So that hurts them automatically. There's a lot of questions with San Francisco. Their roster's good, but they're in a hard division. You have to contend with the Rams. You got to contend with Seattle. I think they're absolute frauds this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with this one, only because of their conference. I think blessings up to Kyle Shanahan, and hopefully he recovers soon. But I do believe that because of the Rams and the Seahawks are in their way, it's going to be tough for them. But I do think they're a top NFC team. Anybody outside of their conference, I believe they can win and beat convincingly. But yeah, without Kyle Shanahan on the sideline, orchestrating it, without your leader, it's just going to be hard to win.
All right, we'll finish it off with Errol's Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, they're not frauds. I question there's a couple of things that worry me about the Eagles going into the season, especially their secondary wide receiver. You're going to depend on a young wide receiver coming out of the draft from USC. I don't know if that's a good idea. That's the only problem I have with the Eagles this year. Their defense is going to be elite. Their secondary is the best in all of the NFL. I don't think you can argue that. They've been so explosive and so very good. So I don't think it's going to be their defensive problem. I wonder with their coach, is this the last season? If he falls short again this year, do they go towards looking for a new coach? There's quite a few of them that'll be available next year, I'm sure, that teams are going to be looking at, including Mike Tomlin. So I could see the Eagles looking that way. So I don't think they're frauds. They should win their division this year. It's either them or the Cowboys. I think they're the best team in the NFC East. But if they don't win the division and the Cowboys beat them out, which they could, they don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm going with contenders. I don't think they're a fraud. I think they will win the division convincingly, and I don't see them having any type of real issues unless they run into the Rams or pretty much the Rams, because that's pretty much on the offensive powerhouse that can really give them issues on as far as their defense. But outside of that, obviously you got to respect Seattle because they won a championship, but I can see Philadelphia winning it this year.
I can't. I can't. They have no secondary wide receiver. So good luck. I hope they do, because I root for them.
Comeback season for Jalen Hurts.
Saquon Barkley, to me, needs to have a comeback season, which I hope that he does, but he did not look good last year, and that had something to do with their offensive line, which is horrible in the second half. They were one of the worst offensive lines in football in the second half of the season. So good luck.
The locker room was divided. It was too much going on. It was too much media, too much division amongst Jalen and AJ, and there was too much going on in that locker room last year.
I don't think it had anything to do with the locker room. I think it had something to do with the health and the youth of their offensive line. It's getting old. It's an old offensive line. It's not young anymore. It's not that dominant offensive line.
You don't necessarily need no young offensive line.
They're old. They're getting up there. They have 3 guys that are in their 30s. So they're old, and they have to get younger. So that's my opinion. I think they need to rebuild that offensive line. That's been the big problem, I think, last season, and it's going to be a problem this season, pretty much coming back with the same team. So, okay, we'll see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this What's That Smell?
Hold up. What is that smell?
What's that smell?
Wow, you don't see that every day.
All right, let's get the interns in. They might as well join us. I want these guys to hang out with us, and I did call them stupid earlier.
Jameson's in his darkness retreat.
Jameson, you can't stoop so low to do Aaron Rodgers.
Dude, I was inspired by the Steelers talk earlier.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're inspired by.
There you go. Big time year this year.
Yeah. It'll be a big
I don't know about that, man.
Big time year this year.
Big time falling apart. So that's what I could say. All right. So this is how we play the game. We're going to tell you, we're going to give you a headline, and we're going to tell you what it smells like. There's quite a few headlines that you can go through over the last couple of hours or the last 48 hours. You can go any way. There's a couple of big stories out. So we're going to go Jameson first. We're going to go Speedy We're going to go Josh, Q, me. Here we go.
All right. Well, Conor McGregor has announced that his last fight ever will be in 2027. We don't know who it's against, but we do know it's happening. He has one fight left on his contract. And, coming off of a major injury after coming off of another major injury. So who knows what it'll look like at this point. But what's it smell like? Smells like the end of a career for one of the biggest names in UFC history.
Yippee.
Errol's so thrilled.
I hate him then.
You hate him?
All right. So I'm going to say something.
Jeez.
Everybody that thinks I hate him, I don't hate Conor McGregor.
You just celebrated.
No, I don't hate Conor McGregor. I just hate his attitude towards the game. He has done so much for the growth of the UFC and mixed martial arts world. There's no question that he has, and he's made a lot of money doing it. And he comes from nothing, so you have to give him some credit for that. What I don't like is how he goes out there and portrays himself to be a nice guy when he's not. He's thrown people under the bus. He has dealt with the mafia. He's done all this stupid stuff that he's done out of the octagon. And then he goes out there and says he's a really nice guy, and he shouldn't be portrayed as a bad guy. Really? You go out there and you shoot down people, you degrade women. So I'm sorry that I disagree with him. So that's just
he's done one really specific terrible thing that has made me not like him very much.
What was that?
And I'll leave it at
In the octagon or not?
Not in the octagon, in a hotel room.
It don't matter then. Personal.
He's done a lot of things on and off. And Julian, you could join us too, by the way. So we'll get Julian before Q. So
yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Julian, find a story and you can go right after Josh. I'll go to something else disgusting that is off the field, and that was Robert Suttles, the NIL director for Alabama.
Oh, I heard about this.
Yes, was arrested during a law enforcement for human trafficking on July 23rd by the Shelby County Drug Enforcement. Suttles was charged with solicitation of prostitution, $100 for per person for sexual activity. One of 49 people that were involved in this, and 49 people that were victimized, and then one of 15 that were arrested.
Lots of it
during this crackdown. He's been suspended indefinitely by Alabama. He has been with the group
suspended. I mean, he should be fired and tortured.
It's college sports. You know they love to cover things up. So who knows what's going to happen with this, right? So what does it smell like? It smells like a bunch of elephant crap, which is their mascot, laid over Evan Neal's body, the size of that garbage truck that we smelled in front of us yesterday.
That was horrible.
Yes.
By the way, does Nick Saban have a connection with this guy?
I believe so. 2023. So yeah, he would.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very, very.
That was Saban's last year.
Maybe that's the reason why he left. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right,
Josh, you're up.
All right. So speaking of the Jets, because we all love talking about the Jets.
Come on now.
Vikings will be signing former All-Pro safety Jamal Adams.
I heard about this.
Tell insider Jordan Schultz. Terms of the deal were not revealed, but Adams appeared to announce the move on his Twitter account, saying year 10 with the hashtag of Skull. Adams switched to linebacker with the Raiders last season. I did not know he played with the Raiders last season.
I did.
He started 4 games while playing in all 17, 45 tackles, a sack, and a forced fumble. And, of course, we all know his tenure with the Jets and the Seahawks. And what does it smell like? Smells like someone trying to regain past glory.
Just so
Super Bowl for the Vikings, baby.
Just so you know, Garrett Wilson was one of the guys that they got for that trade for Jamal Adams. They gave up 2 first-round draft picks, and Jamal Adams is gone, and his career just completely fell flat, and they got Garrett Wilson. You also, I think they got what's his name?
AVT. It was AVT.
Yes. So Garrett Wilson still
first to third, and Bradley McDougal.
Yep, Bradley. I remember
Bradley McDougal that got indicted with the money laundering scheme.
Yes, Bradley McDougal. Yes, that guy. Yeah.
Along with Giants legend DeAndre Baker.
Yeah, that's a whole nother. By the way, he was innocent for that. He was proven.
They declare?
He was
Okay.
proven innocent for that, and it ruined his career. So I feel bad for Baker because he didn't have much of an NFL career because he was wrongly accused for all of that. So I just wanted to let
Did he
everybody
get
know.
signed by the Chiefs afterwards?
Yes.
Mhm.
He was wrongly accused. of
Another
all
shot.
I don't think they
Right.
gave him a ring because he was mostly on the practice squad, but like he did, I think came up
The
with
janitor the ring. I'm sure they gave him the ring.
maybe just those pseudo rings like Carson Wentz has.
Just think that if Baker wasn't a part of that scandal, maybe he has somewhat of a career. So I feel bad for the kid. I really do.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Julian, let's hear it. You're
You're
muted. There it is. I don't know. He's not in here.
Yeah, Julian, your audio is not coming in.
Audio is gone. It's a goner. Slap that ass.
Oh,
Breaking
boy.
news.
Went from twerking to clapping that ass.
Lady. Can't hear me still? Sorry.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay, so I've got this controversy about the World Cup. There is this conspiracy theory that Argentina lost the World Cup final on purpose because after their political demonstration, after their win against England in the semifinal, where they had that sign that said the Malvinas are Argentinian, which for background are the Falkland Islands off the coast of Argentina, which are still a British possession to this day, and it's been a great source of conflict. So the conspiracy is that the Argentinians had to lose that game on purpose because it would have resulted in a 10-year FIFA ban for the political demonstration after the semifinal. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but after that performance in the final, I mean, honestly, I could believe it a little bit.
I do not believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. That's a crock. And I just want every single Argentinian out there, if you believe this story to be true, you're an idiot because that's not true. Absolutely
Yeah.
not true. Absolutely.
That's a great conspiracy cooked up by the Argentinian fans.
Of course, because they were beating up players at the end of the game and trying to not show any respect to the Spain and the Spanish. So I completely disagree, and it's an absolute joke if anybody believes that story. So.
Yeah, no class.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna go to Tony Romo was arrested for an OWI, which is very specific to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's not DWI, the traditional way of saying that you operating a vehicle or operating some form of a vehicle under the
DWI.
influence. Yeah. So in Milwaukee, they're one of the only ones that have this OWI, and then it's also, but not. He has a court date of September 21st, but he was released after booking and whatnot, and we will soon see if he will be one of the lead analysts on CBS Sports. So, what does it smell like? Smells like Seagram's gin, a drunken belch, and holding cell with an old pamper of 5 years, fully loaded, with baby mushy turd and a short release after that.
So,
Some up my ass.
So what you're saying, Q, is Tony Romo had some gin and tonics with Nathan?
Right.
Carl plays with himself.
All right. My final what's that smell is a doozy. The wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy was allegedly shot by a couple's son Sunday night at the family's home in Virginia. Mia Bieniemy, 57, was hospitalized in stable condition on Monday. Police in London County, Virginia, confirmed that a woman was being treated for a serious injury from multiple gunshot wounds, but did not disclose her identity. Elijah Zion Bieniemy, 27, was arrested and charged for malice wounding, use of firearm, and in commission of a felony and discharge of a firearm inside of a dwelling. Interesting story. And I haven't seen Eric Bieniemy. Where is Eric Bieniemy? Who's he working for?
I think he's back
on the Chiefs, man.
He was? I mean, I did see that Andy Reid was speaking to the media today about the story, which is a horrible, horrible story. And I think Eric Bieniemy should have a job in the NFL, but he never got a chance to do that. And I think maybe he's just not he's not a
head
good
coaching job.
He was on Washington. He got a chance.
He didn't really have a head coaching job. I mean, they never gave him a chance.
No, not a head coaching job, but he was the offensive coordinator in Washington.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a coaching job.
Head coach.
He deserves a head coaching job. He never really got a chance, and then to me, it's horrible to see. But here's the thing: I don't know how mentally ill his son is, and obviously is if you're pulling a gun out and shooting your mother. I mean, as bad as my mom is when we get into fights and we can argue and argue and argue, I'm not going to go into my drawer and pull out a loaded rifle and shoot. I'm not going to do that. No matter what she says to me, she can tell me all these bad things, call me all these names. I'm not taking a gun and shooting her. I won't stab her. I won't do anything. To hear a story like this is horrible. Andy Reid, you remember years and years ago, his son committed suicide. That story was horrible to hear. And Andy Reid's been through so much, jumping from one team in the Eagles and then losing his son right when he changed teams. It happened right after he left the Eagles and he went to the Chiefs.
And he lost a player, too, that first year with the Chiefs, Javon Belcher, linebacker.
Yep.
Committed suicide. Heavy CTE.
At the stadium. He actually saw Belcher shoot himself in the head.
Yep.
So I remember that story. It was a horrible, horrible story. So Andy Reid is one of the nicest and one of the great coaches in the NFL. And for him to go out there and speak very, very highly of Eric Bieniemy and his family, and he asked everybody to kind of stay away from the family, let the family deal with this and deal with what's going on behind the scenes and not really bother them behind the scenes, says a lot about Andy Reid. So what does it smell like? It smells like me taking a dump every single night. That's what it smells like. And I'm about to do that, by the way. Yes. I'm about to do that after the show.
Because we needed to know that.
By the way, Baker did not get a ring. He was released before the end of that season.
What sucks about Baker is that whole story was just horrible. And he was thrown under the bus by the players that were involved with it when he had nothing to do with it. He was just there. And because he was there, they pressed and they tried to put it on him. So it was just a horrible, horrible story. I feel bad for him. I really, really do. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I don't know him personally, but I remember when they drafted him. Wasn't he drafted from Georgia?
Georgia. I remember I wasn't crazy about him out of the draft. You actually really liked him. Yeah.
I liked him a lot. I watched him play for Georgia. I thought he was a show-stopping corner, and I really thought he was going to be good for the Giants. But the Giants didn't develop him, as we've seen many, many times before. And he became a bust, and he was a real bust. Like, he did nothing.
James Betcher was not the brightest defensive coordinator either, though.
No, but he was a real bust. He did nothing on the football field, Baker. He was embarrassing. Didn't even show up to the games, but I think it had a lot to do with once he stepped on an NFL football field, he thought he made it, and he didn't put any time and energy into his craft. So I think that's what happened to Baker. And he put himself around a lot of bad people. A lot of bad people after the fact when he got drafted in the first round. And he was a first round talent. I really thought he was. I just thought the Giants were reaching at that position, but I did like the draft pick. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it was a lot of debating, a lot of arguing, and very, very heated, and I'm very, very hot and soaked. Hopefully we get this air conditioning fixed for Thursday. I do have them coming in to fix it, hopefully on Thursday. I'm praying to God that they do, because it's a horrible thing. Anybody that does a radio show standing up for 4 hours and getting on heated arguments and dealing with this heat and the humidity, I can't stand it. And I have like 7 lights on in different directions on me, and televisions. I have a 65 inch. I got a 45 inch. They're all on, and I have all these different screens and computers on. It's horrible. So I'm just happy that I lasted. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to our guests. Thank you to Savannah Bananas Dancing umpire Vincent Chapman for joining us. Thank you for Nithin for getting him hooked up with us. Thank you to all the fans on Spotify and Apple video and audio, on X, Instagram, TikTok, New York Sports Loudmouth. Follow us on YouTube right now. All the YouTube fans, New York Sports Loudmouth. Speedy, who do we have on next week?
All right. On Thursday, Nathan ended up getting somebody just now. Ryan Powell is his name. He is an NBA player development coach, and he's the creator of Elevate Over University Basketball. So he will be on this Thursday, and then the following Monday, Q, you played with him in college. It will be defensive lineman Aaron Crawford. Played with the Ravens in the NFL and played with Q with the Tar Heels.
You know what's crazy? When we were talking about him today, I had no idea who he was. I knew who was Tyrone
Crawford was the one we had on the show,
yeah.
and there was also Jack Crawford, also played for the Cowboys too. Was the next thought I
didn't know Aaron Crawford, so it'll be cool getting him on the show and shooting the what with Q and talking about his time over there with the Tar Heels, because Q was a great lineman over there, and Jets kind of screwed him up a little bit, but we love him. We love Q, even though he pisses me off so much. He really, really.
I do best.
Yeah, you do. You definitely piss me off. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta go. I gotta go take a dump or something. I gotta do something. I'm hungry. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Droba, ass liquor.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your base